1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the February meeting of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining here in Salt Lake City. We're going to start with our informal session, so I'm going to turn it over to Director Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Mick Thomas, Director of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I appreciate your time today. We've got a few things to cover during this initial briefing session, and the briefing session may go a little bit longer than normal because of the kind of material we're going to be presenting. First, finalization of board notice rulemaking. As you may recall, late last year, we decided to start taking steps to streamline our noticing processes. Candidly, to remove a lot of the paper mailing and things that we were doing and change how we are noticing a lot of matters. The amount of paper we were mailing out was onerous. It was costing additional tens of thousands of dollars to the board each year. After an analysis, we determined the best way to do it is to move to a more online format. And this was a matter before the board, I believe, in December. I know we touched on it again in January. And so this is the finalization of that. We did have a public comment session, and I think that, this is why we're bringing this matter before the board to finalize that. I believe the board needs to make a call and say, give us your blessing as to moving forward with a digital platform.
I don't recall getting a copy of the notice that was circulated about this.
Okay. Let me see what I can find out on that and get
Yeah,
back to it.
if you could just, we discussed this a minute ago. I'm not sure the board got notice of what's changing, unless, could have been months ago and
Could have been
forgotten.
a little while ago. Well, let's table that right now and bring that back maybe after the break.
Yeah, sounds
okay?
good.
Thank
Sounds
you, Chairman. Also, second of all, a legislative update. The session has been robust and exciting as ever. We have about 8 to 9 days left, and I would like to invite our legislative liaison, Natasha, to come up and provide an update at this time.
Good morning. Could you hear me? I couldn't hear myself. Okay. I'm Natasha Baliff. I'm our Legislative and Planning Coordinator. And as Director Thomas said, we have had a very robust legislative session. So to go over the bills that directly impact the division, all of them have gone through fairly smoothly. We haven't had to fight or have a lot of meetings about them. But the first one is geologic carbon storage amendments. This is being ran by Representative Christine Watkins. And this clarifies that the board does have enforcement authority over Class 6 wells once we receive primacy from the EPA, and this will allow the board to impose civil and criminal penalties. This bill was passed through favorably through House committees, and it has been introduced on the Senate floor, so we're excited to see it keep moving in the coming week. Moving on to boards and commissions, this one just removes a simple line that limits four of you, our board members, to be in the same political party. So we won't have that requirement once this bill passes. We don't have any concerns with the bill, but we are monitoring it just in case anything does change. Moving on to environmental legal action. So 14 years ago, there was an environmental litigation bond that was put in place to protect mine operators from frivolous lawsuits. The Office of Surface Mining recently found that it wasn't legal in regards to our coal program, and for us to maintain or retain primacy over our coal program, we do need them to be exempted from it. So that's what this bill does. It has passed through favorably through House committees and again is also introduced on the Senate floor. Interestingly enough, this litigation bond hasn't been used since the language was put in place. We have our brine mining amendments. This was the result from last year's brine mining study, and this will enact the Brine Conservation Act, and it allows the board to create rules to establish and modify brine drilling units, pools, and fields. This one also passed out favorably of House committees and has been introduced on the Senate floor. And moving on to Senate bills, this is one that I keep forgetting is on our list because it moved through the process so fast. This one is the mineral surety study, and it requires the division to study various surety issues. It defines the word surety for this study specifically, and then directs the division to report back to the Natural Resources October Interim Committee. Some of the study items include surety forms accepted, the amounts, the surety requirements made by other agencies so that we aren't duplicating efforts and it's just more coordinated overall. It also directs us to study whether or when sureties should be released or forfeited, and whether a surety pool should be created. Again, this is just for mineral mines. This bill flew through the process, and it's been enrolled and waiting for the governor's signature since February 19th. So, of course, it kind of dropped off my list fairly quickly. We also have severance amendments. This one modifies our mineral exploration tax credit language. It clarifies the definition of an eligible claimant. This is something that we've been hoping to change for a few years so that we can actually give these tax credits. We've just kind of been in a holding place since it's just waiting for it to be clarified. The remainder of the bill moves some of our other tax credit programs to different sections within our statute. It doesn't change our daily operations, and it also changes some of the language for Office of Energy Development tax certificate programs, just in case you're in there like looking at the bill. There's a lot in there, but there's small portions that apply to us. This one also passed out favorably from Senate committees, and it's now been introduced on the House floor. And then finally, this one doesn't actually impact the division, but I thought you guys might be interested in it. It's called the Local Impact Mitigation Amendments. This is being ran by Senator Ron Winterton. It imposes a local mitigation tax of 5 cents per barrel and 0.0024 cent per MCF of gas produced in the state, and it will be distributed to the counties where the revenue was collected. This also prohibits counties from imposing oil and gas mitigation fees while this legislation is in place, which is a 3-year period. This just passed out of the Senate, and it's currently on the House floor. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And if not, thank you for your time.
Board, do you have any questions for Natasha? You've been busy.
Perfect, yes.
Busy
Yes, we're
season.
so close. 9 or 8 days, depending on how you count it. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
Thanks, Natasha, and I'm not bitter at the board for not grilling her over any of those topics. Good job. Thank you. No questions. I'm going to go into the recommended financial assurance structure. You could sit here. You can whatever you would like. Next item on the agenda, and this is going to take some time, right? The division's recommended financial assurance structure for oil and gas bonding. I've asked members of our team to come up and provide a presentation as well as answer any questions the board may have. Initially, this is an information item. Remember that. The division is not recommending any steps by the board at today's meeting. What we saw the need to educate the board on how bonding is calculated, what proposed bonding could be, financial assurance could be for the oil and gas industry. And that's the reason for today. Feel free to interrupt the presentation at any point and ask questions. This needs to be interactive with members of my staff. That said, years ago, before I came on, in 2019, there was a legislative audit that recommended updating our financial assurance structure and amounts for oil and gas. From what I've seen in my first year, there's broad consensus that, that needed to happen. The financial assurance amounts for oil and gas in the state needed to be modernized. In talking with operators, NGOs, other stakeholders, there's agreement on that. The division at that time set forth to figure out what the best options were. Before I came on, and again last year underneath former Director Baza before I came on, and now underneath me, our staff have put diligent work and effort working with operators to figure out a mechanism. They developed a bonding calculator. They evaluated different tiers to make sure that broadly good operators weren't penalized, so to speak, and poor operators were frankly held accountable for the risks. All of that data took a serious amount of time, but I think the division independently has done about all it can do at this point. And so today and over the next few months, hopefully a few months, maybe many months, we want to present information to the board, educate you the best we can, so that the board, who is the rule-making body over the division, you guys set the rules, you set the policies for the division. We want to give you information so that you can make the best decisions moving forward. So that's what we hope to do today. I'm happy to take some initial questions from you, and then I'll defer to our Deputy Director of Oil and Gas and Mining, Bart Kettle, to get into the meat of the presentation. So with that, any initial questions or statements?
I'd like to just be clear that this is not a decision to go to formal rulemaking. This is an information gathering session, as it will be over the next few months, to try to come up with something that's workable for industry, the state of Utah, the division, and everybody who's involved with this rule. So we want as much information as is out there, and we'd like to hear from anyone who has an interest in this rule to move forward.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before I turn it over to Bart, one final statement. I want to let the members of the board understand the division understands that a balance is needed. Okay, we understand your task, which is support the industry while protecting the citizens of Utah against financial risk. And we understand that need for balance. The data that we're presenting today is currently our best effort to strike that balance. But the decisions that are made are all to you. Please understand that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Kettle.
Just 1 second. I think we have a question.
Yeah, I just want to point out too that this is data gathering. This is still part of the informal process, but I would urge all parties to look at it as if we need the evidence. We need good evidence. We don't need fear and emotion, as I've seen in some other rulemakings that I've been associated with. So please keep that in mind as we move forward, that it needs to be evidence, not emotional stuff. Thank you.
Do we have any other board comments? Okay. If you want to proceed with the presentation, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you, Director Thomas, Madam Chair. I'm Bart Kettle, Deputy Director with the Division of Oil, Gas and Mining over the Oil and Gas Program. And while I'll be the one up here doing a lot of the talking today, I think it's fair for the board to understand there's a team that worked on this draft rule over the course of the past couple of years. And as has already been discussed, this team understands the importance of this rule for the division, for the board, and also for the industry in the state. And one of the things that the team kind of prides themselves on is how they are able to interact with the industry that we regulate. It's something that we strive to get better at each day. And so with that in mind, we started engaging with industry in 2022. There was 7 stakeholder engagements to get to this point. Typically when the division brings a draft rule to the board, we like to have kind of a unified front or unified consensus from the stakeholders as the rule comes before the board. But when we look at bonding, there's a wide spectrum nationally on opinions on what ought to be done. I think the variation in those opinions amongst our stakeholder group was much narrower, but there are still a few areas where we maybe aren't uniform. And so, Chairman, Madam Chair, as you talked and Mr. Walker, we're here today to talk about what we think is a good draft rule. And we recognize as we go into this rule, we always want to seek perfection, the perfect rule. There probably isn't a perfect rule for bonding, but there is a good rule, and that's what we're trying to get to. And so the information that we present today will be kind of along that lines. So at a high level, the draft rule that we're bringing before you, it's fairly straightforward, really. But what we found is it's difficult to write into a rule, and it's difficult to read and interpret. And that has created some kind of uncertainty or fear of what the unknown is, which is a natural response for all of us. So at a high level, an operator can qualify for a base blanket bond in the state. There's 3 tiers there. If they don't qualify for a base blanket bond, then they would need to bond for individual wells. And the rule would go into effect over a course of 5 years if it was adopted, and the bond amounts would be reviewed with the board each 5 years. So with that, I'll jump into the presentation. Okay, so starting right off the bat, why a new bonding rule? As discussed, Utah code requires the board to review bonding rules to determine whether the rules provide adequate fiscal security. So that's the first part of it. The current rule that we're working under is 20 years old. There's been a dramatic increase in the cost to plug wells over that time, as one might expect from inflation. And we're also noticing some changes in orphan well trends, both nationally and here in Utah, and we'll discuss those a little bit later. And then, as Director Thomas already indicated, the 2019 legislative audit recommended that we review the administrative rule for bonding. So I want to give you a little look at national data. So the figure that you're looking at here is from the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission's Orphan Well Report. This report was put out in 2024, and this shows the number of orphan wells for all of the states that reported over a period of time. And you can see the trend upwards, and a pretty sharp upward trend here the last couple of reports that were put out. If we compare that to the trends we see for orphan wells in the state of Utah, our chart is obviously more jagged because it's a smaller sample size, but we see a similar upward trend. And so, board, if I could kind of point your attention to a couple places. First being the blue line on the chart. So that's more historical wells. That's wells that have already been plugged. That blue line represents 153 orphan wells over the time that the program's been active. So that's since the early 1990s. Those 153 wells cost $3 million to plug. Now, if I can direct your attention to the red line portion of the chart, that's the activity that'll be needed to be completed by the division in the next 5 years. Those wells on that portion of the chart represent 117 wells, and we estimate the cost is going to be $7.1 million. So just to kind of summarize, in basically 1/6 of the time, we'll face nearly the same number of wells and double the cost. And so that's one of the things that we're concerned about, and one of the reasons we're here before you today for the bond rule. It's a fairly quickly evolving trend. A lot of these wells have been orphaned just in the last couple of years. The other thing that I think the board might have some questions about is at the far right-hand side, there's 2031. There's probable orphan wells. And so there should probably be some questions. What does probable orphan wells mean? As we see orphan wells come to the division, operators usually kind of exhibit really sort of 5 traits. They quit paying royalties. They quit reporting production. They don't deal with compliance items. They become unresponsive to the division, and they quit paying their contractors. And so when we look at that group of 38 wells in 2031, while they're not officially orphaned today as we're speaking with you, they exhibit all 5 of those traits. So the likelihood is they're well on their way to becoming orphan wells.
Mr. Kell?
Yes.
Okay, on the red line, so this is the number of wells that you are forecasting that are going to become orphan wells in that 365 days of that year then. There's nothing cumulative about this?
No, that's an excellent question, Mr. Walker. So when you're looking at the red line from 2025 to 2030, those are wells that are currently orphan, and we have them broke down based on orphan well projects or packages. And so they're broke down based on wells that are in similar areas and have similar characteristics to be plugged. So those are actually orphan wells, and we're proposing that they'll be plugged in packages on this year because of similarities. The only ones that are probable are 2031.
I was just going to, were you finished? Yep. I'm sorry. Because this is information gathering, you can expect the board to ask questions as you go along. Mm-hmm. So it might be a staccato sort of presentation, but we'd like to hit the points while you've got the slides up. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're prepared for multiple questions as the slides are up.
So if these are projected to be plugged and cleaned up, why does it jump from 26 down to 7 to 8 to 23? why isn't it more of a consistent, we're plugging away at these?
Good question again. And once again, it comes to grouping them in orphan well packages. And so it's geographically where they're located, and then also what types of wells they are. If you have wells that are, let's just say like less than 2,000 feet deep, it doesn't make a ton of sense to package them with wells that are 10,000 feet deep, because the contractor and the equipment you want are going to be different. And so that's why you see the jaggedness in the line, is trying to group these wells into project plans that make sense and kind of help cost savings, and then also help keep that flow going through. And because we don't have a big group, we've got to break them up in packages to administer them as we go through them, as far as the actual contract's concerned.
So on these probable orphan wells, you're saying that it's going to be $7.1 million estimated cost. What's the amount of bonding that already exists in these wells that you're projecting will cost that? What would be the difference of what the state is liable and what is already in there for these costs?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And if I remember right, I'm trying to remember what my next slide is. I believe it's covered in the next slide. But that's an excellent question we plan to cover.
One other. And so these are wells that the state of Utah would have responsibility. So these are all on properties that we have jurisdiction over, not BLM and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's correct. These are not, none of these are federal or tribal wells. So yeah, the Division of Oil, Gas and Mining is responsible for plugging and abandoning these wells.
Okay, and we're going like, historically, you're looking about $20,000 per well, $20,000 per well to abandon. Now you're looking at more like 90 to 100,000.
We can get you the exact numbers. I'm not sure if I can quote them right off, but that's going to be relatively close.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so I understand, so that when it goes from 26 to 7, so in 2026, you'll be abandoning 20 wells.
Correct. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, and this really gets into the question that you had, Sears, is what is the cost of the wells? So what I'd ask you to do is take a look at the left-hand side of the graph that you're looking at, and the gray, regardless what side of the graph you're looking at, represents how much bond the division had in place. On the left-hand side, the blue represents how much we had to make up the difference in bond versus total cost. So the columns are the total cost of the well. The gray part represents how much bond was in place, and the blue represents how much we had to make up. So then if you turn your attention over to the right-hand side of the graph and look at the red, the same is true. The red represents how much the project will cost that we have to make up. So the gray represents how much bonding we have in place. And if you look at this chart, what you see is, as we go forward to the future year, sorry, I realized I was leaning back from the microphone. As we go forward into the future years, the amount of dollars it will take to plug these wells above and beyond the bonding that's forfeited with them is increasing. And one thing that I hope the board will kind of note on, the column that represents 2025 has a star above it. The reason is that's an orphan well project that we're nearly ready to wrap up right now. So the final stages of it are being completed. And to give the board just a little bit of information on this project, the project is going to cost within the 10% contingency of what we estimated on the project. So if we take that and we look at the 2025 project and we look forward to 2031, those costs feel pretty accurate today. What inflation will do of those costs going forward, we'll have to wait and see. But we feel pretty comfortable that that's what those projects would cost today based on our experience with the project we just completed.
Why in 2025, for example, is the gray area so much less than all the previous years? I mean, look, going forward, it looks like you have fewer forfeited bonds.
Mm-hmm. Nope, that's an excellent question, and it's actually one of the key points that we wanted to make in this presentation, so we'll jump into it now. One of the things that we're seeing, so let me take a step back and I'll come back to that question. The divisions had an orphan well program and an idle well management over the last 3 decades, and both have been pretty effective. What the idle well program does is it looks at wells that have been shut in or non-productive for 1 year, And if they've been non-productive, then the operator has some obligation in terms of assuring wellbore integrity, working with the division to allow that well to remain shut in for a longer period of time, up to 5 years. And one of those items that could be connected to that is additional bond. So one of the trends that we're seeing on our recent orphan wells is the wells are going straight from producing wells to orphan. They don't become idle wells. And so materially what that means when we talk in terms of bond, the question that you were asking is, we're left with, in many cases, a statewide bond, which is only $120,000. So an operator may have 20 to 50 wells on a $120,000 bond. There's not an opportunity to increase that bond because the wells are producing under the current rule. And so they go straight from a producing well to an orphan well with a $120,000 bond. The things that we see happening in common with these wells, they tend to be 30 plus years old, so they're getting up there in the age as far as the well's concerned, and their production is declining. I was planning to cover this, excuse me, in a later part of the presentation, but now seems like the appropriate time. So many of these wells come from a larger operator that's maybe more sophisticated and has more assets. And so while they have these wells, they take really good care of them. They're diving deep into the science of producing these wells. And so while the well may be aging, they're taking the steps to maximize the production that it's capable of. But as they go to a smaller, potentially less sophisticated operator with a less defined business plan, what we see is oftentimes within the first year, the production of the well falls because they're not leaning into the science of how to produce the well as strongly. And so those operators are able to continue to operate that well and limp along as long as the sky's blue, but as soon as the storms roll in, it becomes an orphan well.
Mr. Kettle, on the orphaned wells, where an operator then the well declines, do you find that before it becomes orphaned, that previous operator often moves off equipment that's that you would otherwise be able to recoup some of your expenses on and plug in the well by getting the value of that equipment?
There isn't a cookie cutter answer to that. It depends is the answer. We've seen it go both ways where equipment is slowly removed. But recently we've seen several groups of wells just orphaned with the equipment in place. And in some cases, the well's not even shut in. The operator just becomes insolvent one day and walks away.
Is the division able to recoup any costs through that selling that equipment, or?
That will be a question that we'll have to answer walking forward. We haven't had a lot of orphan wells historically with much in the way of equipment or quality equipment. And so that will be a new road that we travel here on some of these upcoming projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got one other.
One more question.
So it's going to take 5 years to adopt what we may get to at some point in time, or it could take. So it's a foregone conclusion that the state's going to be on the hook for about $5 million in 2025 through 2029.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And then it gets big again after that. All right. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, and because that question's pertinent to one of the subjects I was going to cover in the next slide, I feel like this is probably the appropriate time where you're exactly right. We'll need to find revenue sources for approximately $5 million in plugging orphan wells. And so what I'm going to do is maybe I'll go to this next slide and talk about it and then cover where those dollars come from and how that works. And so if you look at this slide, starting on the far left-hand side, that red line starts at just under $3 million, $2.7 million. And what that represents is the amount of dollars we have in what we refer to as the Orphan Wealth Fund. And those are the dollars we had before we started our current project. So that current project's going to exhaust that fund down from 2.7 to about $300,000, essentially spending it. And so what I want to do is I want to kind of answer one of the questions that I think the board is contemplating right now. What is the Orphan Well Fund and where does it come from? And so we plug wells currently through two sources, forfeited bonds and the Orphan Well Fund. The Orphan Well Fund comes from the Oil and Gas Conservation Account. So that's a tax on oil and gas production in the state of Utah. The conservation account is set up to do three things. It's set up to pay for the administration of Chapter 6. So Chapter 6 is the oil and gas regulations. That's what we do as a regulatory body. It's set up to pay for the plugging and reclamation of oil and gas wells. So that's what we're here to talk about today. And it's also set up for education programs related to mineral and petroleum resources and industries. Now, the way the statute reads is priorities given to the administration of Chapter 6 first, which makes sense. You want to have strong administration up front. And then the next thing is plug and abandonment of wells and education. Funds that are placed in the plug and abandonment or the orphan well fund or the education fund, they are restricted funds that are non-lapsing. So once they're put in there, they're there until they're spent. However, as we really dig into this, one of the things we realized is there could be more clarity on how many dollars get into that orphan well fund, how they get there, how frequently, and how much it can build up. Because one of the things we see in state funding, if you have a pot of money sitting around that doesn't seem to be spent, somebody's always interested in it. And so that's one of the struggles we've seen. And as you could see from the previous graph, one project could cost over $2 million. Well, $2 million that seemingly isn't spent over a course of years is always going to garner interest when we talk about budgeting and fiscal budget in the state of Utah. So coming back to where orphan well dollars come from, four-footed bonds, orphan well fund, and potentially federal funding through the IIJA. There's been enough things happen the last few months regarding federal funding. We think it's still going to be there, but we'll have to kind of work through the process with everybody else. There is a little uncertainty. So finishing talking about this slide, what this slide represents is coming into this year, we had $2.7 million in our orphan well fund. But when we look at the number of orphan wells that we will need to plug and take into account how much bond was forfeited with them, and we walk forward, you can see that we'll have to make up over $5 million by 2031. And just to give the board a little bit of an idea of what a what a draft bonding rule might mean to this fund, we took and went and grafted on the blue line if this draft rule had been in place before these wells were orphaned and they posted bond according to that draft rule, this is what would happen to the orphan well fund. So we would still exhaust it by 2031, but we would be pretty close to a net zero on that, which feels like a much better place to be. So when you combine the fact that it would probably help us deal with paying for the orphan well plugs, and then the concept we talked about previously about operators having strong business plans and be ready for the things that face it. That's what the rule's designed to do.
Do these declining balances include potential increased production to offset some of the plugging? Have you taken that into account, that you might have more wells coming on paying the conservation tax?
I think that gets into one of the comments that I made previously on the orphan well fund, in that as we look at this more closely, we recognize the need to get a little more certainty on how funds get in there, how much can accrue, and how it's dealt with. And that's something that we need to work through with the legislature to get a little more clarification on that, so that we don't have, to use, I think what your question is, if we have more dollars come in, can more dollars be put in this orphan well fund?
Right.
Potentially, but that requires working with the legislature to do it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Oh. Go ahead. Yeah, eventually we'll get them all answered.
Yeah, I did want to quickly, on the federal funding, I know some places are really in bad shape and they've exhausted a lot of the federal funding. How much of that did Utah manage to get on the orphan wells?
Utah's eligible for a little over $5 million. We haven't spent any yet. You're right. Some states have spent a lot more. And to come back to where we are and where we're going, Utah currently has a little less than 100 orphan wells 117 orphan wells that we need to deal with. Many states are dealing with over 20,000. So we tried to graph out, where the states sit with orphan wells. And Utah didn't, when we compare us to other states, we didn't even show up on the graph. But that kind of undermines, like, we're seeing an increase of orphan wells. And so national trends are more orphan wells. We're seeing that if we don't take and do some proactive things now, we could end up in that boat down the road.
Okay, but is the federal money, is it a reimbursement, or can you get that and ahead of time and put it into the orphan well fund?
The federal dollars, it's a grant that the states spend, but there is a few catches in it, and one of the main ones being that it has to be allocated within 1 year. And so you have to have your projects prepared and ready to work through the grant process. And that's part of the reason that we haven't taken advantage of those funds yet, is it didn't make sense to apply and exhaust our ability to spend all those dollars when we realized we had more wells coming at us.
Is that an annual allocation then, or does it change from year to year?
Right now, it's a one-time thing.
A one-time thing. And do the wells have to have federal acreage in them, or can it be like 100% state well?
The way that it's broke down, there are grant funds that are federal, there are grant funds for the states only. So the one that we would be pursuing is for states to deal with orphan wells.
Thank you.
So is there
Board members, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, so is there enough evidence at this point in time to go after that federal money for 25 and 26? And are we going to do that?
Thank you. You almost telekinesis there. You read my mind. It was great. Thank you. One interjection. When I began this role, Bart and I began having conversations almost a year ago regarding federal money versus state money, and it's been on our radar for a while. My understanding is to really take full use of the federal money, you have to show a trend of spend rather than just getting the money. Utah is wonderfully unique in the amount of money we haven't had to spend on orphan wells over the past 20 years compared to other states. So we had to show a little bit of spend first, but otherwise, Deputy Director Kettle is entirely correct that it's a one-time thing. Some of you may understand, as you go back to that first slide, and Bart, you don't have to, where the orphan wells nationwide spiked in 2021. A little bit of history, not coincidentally, the IIJA funds over, I don't remember, something $1 trillion that then President Biden signed into effect came online in 2021. So you had a whole lot of orphan wells nationwide that states brought out of the woodwork because it was a major problem. So I want to make sure that the board understands, and maybe it's not relevant, that was not an indication of a suddenly failed industry. It was because money came available dramatically that enabled the plugging of wells, which is why you saw more activity in oil and gas well plugging. That's just maybe not a nuance, but I wanted to share that for everyone. Go ahead. Thank you, Director.
Okay, just so the board knows that first group of slides is where, when we've done some practice runs, we get the most questions. So if there's unanswered questions, please ask them. We anticipated a lot of questions in those slides. So now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of the objectives of the rule as we started to prepare it and some of the thought process behind it. So as we started to work on the draft rule, what we wanted to do is we wanted to give Utah operators some tools to manage their bond. In other words, the ability to influence where their bond ends up. And this rule does it through their production, their at-risk ratio, also the number of wells they have, and of course they have the opportunity or the ability to petition and come before the board for a board hearing on their bonding. The bond amounts, we wanted them to be based on the operational risk. And the example or the comparison I would give you would be one of automobile insurance. So if you're an excellent driver with no speeding tickets and no wrecks on your record, the insurance company is going to give you a rate. If you have a heavy foot and you get 2 speeding tickets a year and you end up in an accident a year, they'll still insure you, but it's going to be a different rate. And so that's kind of an example of how this bonding rule is intended to work, in that we're not looking to eliminate operators from the state, but more to have a bonding rate specific to their operations. One of the other things that we wanted to do with the bonding rule was we wanted to reduce the administrative burden for industry and regulators. If you have a bonding rule that's very specific to the operators, it could change frequently and go up and down. And that could be a lot of, in some cases, unnecessary work for the operator and for the division to keep pace with all that. And so we set it up where supplemental bonds will be bonded in multiples of 10, both to help the operator and the division with that administrative burden, and then also give the operator some incentive to deal with at-risk wells. And we'll discuss that a little bit more later in the presentation. The other thing that we wanted out of the rule, obviously, decrease financial liability to the state. So that's through increased bonding, but that's also through creating a rule that kind of helps the operators take a look at the rule, know what they're going to deal with, and make decisions on their operation based on it.
On your increments of 10, is that 10 wells or $10 million investment, or what is that 10?
The multiple of 10s refers to 10 at-risk wells in a group.
Okay. And I guess you're probably going to go over this, but this second bullet is probably extremely difficult to figure out. So I'm very interested in seeing how you're going to do that.
Okay, we'll go through a case scenario on it that hopefully will make it a little clearer.
You just said 10 at-risk wells.
Mm-hmm.
And so potential wells that have to be plugged, not active producing or injection wells?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So an at-risk well, I'm going to paraphrase what it says, but an at-risk well is defined in the rule. And the at-risk well is essentially, think of it as a well that produces less than 1 BOE or 1 barrel of oil equivalent a day.
Thank you. Proceed ahead here.
Okay, continuing on the objectives of the draft rule. So the first thing that I would kind of emphasize to the board, we have a giant range of operators in the state. We have everything from operators that are producing out of wells that are less than 100 feet deep to operators. I mean, I think the board's going to hear a docket item today that's proposing 4-mile spacing. So we've got to have a rule that accounts for everything from a well that's less than 100 feet a day that probably produces less than a quarter of a barrel of oil per day to a 4-mile lateral that may produce, potentially thousands of barrels in a day. And so we did our best to design our tables to accommodate that full range of operators we have in the state and correlate it to the cost that would be associated with plugging a well for that operator. And then we've already partially discussed this, but we really wanted to give operators a specific bond amount for their Utah operations. So it's taking a look at the wells that they operate in Utah, and the bond correlates to that. Okay, before we get into some of the specifics of the rule, we talked about idle wells at the first of the presentation, and so I wanted to talk a little bit about idle well trends we've seen in the state of Utah. And the chart you see, we just barely ran. This represents idle wells. So just for a memory refresher, idle wells are wells that haven't been produced in a year. If a well hasn't been produced in a year, the first year after that occurs, you can get a coin out of your pocket and flip it. There's a 50-50 chance rather it'll become a productive well. And as you can see, it stair steps down out to year 5, and it still declines a little bit going out, but we really see the curve of this chart flatten out after year 5. Our idle well rule requires operator to take action on a well at 60 months, 5 years, and it feels like that rule's appropriate based on the data that we see here. We've pulled this data twice. We also pulled it in 2021. It had very similar results. And so we think this is informative on wells, but the one thing we realize about it is when a well has already become unproductive, it's kind of a backwards looking approach, and we wanted a little bit more of a forward looking approach, i.e. wells that are lower productive and catching them before they end up in that idle realm. And so that's where the at-risk concept comes from, once again reminding the board essentially less than 1 BOE per day for an at-risk well. Okay, so now we're going to start into the draft bond rule. And before I get started into it, I want to just kind of talk about the graphic you see on that. So that's a screenshot from our actual bonding calculator. As we worked with industry on this, one of the comments they gave us in stakeholder engagement was, we really need a tool that we can kind of push the easy button, if you will, and get a number and know where we're at and see where we're at and not be left with hours of calculations on our part to figure out where we'd be. And so what we did is we immediately provided them an Excel sheet and a way of pulling those numbers. And then behind the scenes, we started working on a bonding calculator immediately, so they would have that tool to calculate. This screenshot is from that bonding calculator. It's well on in its development. It will be put on hold towards the end of March, pending direction of this rule, because we're to the point on development where it's basically ready to be rolled out, and it wouldn't make sense to go further unless we know what's going to happen with the rule. So with that in mind, the overview of the draft rule, there's two ways that operators can bond. One is they qualify for a blanket bond, and their bond amount is determined by the tier that they're in, and they have a base blanket bond and a supplemental bond. So the base blanket is just based on their well count. The supplemental is based on their at-risk wells. If an operator doesn't qualify for a tier, then they have to bond through individual well bonds. An operator that does qualify for a tier would be able to individually well bond if they chose to go that direction instead. So to give the board a little look at what the tier system is, there's 3 tiers. And the tiers, there's a table representing each tier represented here. And so tier 1s, that's the best of the best operators. That's operators that produce over 1,000 BOE per day and have less than a 15% at-risk well ratio. Tier 2, obviously operators that are greater than 500 BOE per day and less than a 20% at-risk well ratio. And then tier 3, production greater than 200 BOE and an at-risk well ratio of less than 25%. Or if an operator produces over 1,000 BOE per day, they would qualify for a tier 3 regardless of what their at-risk well ratio is. To give the board a little bit of an idea of what this means, so looking at a tier 1 operator, if they had 251 wells that they were bonding, that would equate to bond being posted in the amount of $3,187 per well. If an operator qualified for tier 2 and they had 251 wells, that would be the equivalence of $4,780 per well. Now, tier 2 operators would likely have a supplemental bond in addition to their base blanket bond for a tier. Many tier 1 operators won't. Some will have a supplemental bond, but many tier 1 operators will just have their base blanket bond and that's it. And then for a tier 3 operator, if they had 251 wells, they would be bonded in the amount of $6,374 per well. Tier 3 operators would have a supplemental bond in addition to that for their at-risk wells.
So this is the base bond that every operator would fit into one of those tiers.
That's correct. This is the base bond.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to dive into calculating the base bond and determining how an operator qualifies. So this is an actual, once again, screenshots from the bonding calculator, an actual example of an operator. The very first thing you do is you determine the operator's production level. So in the case of this operator, they produce over 28,000 BOE per day. So that meets the tier 1 requirements. The next thing you do is you look at the qualifying wells. And the qualifying wells include all well types. Now, I think this is a really important distinction for the board. All well types are included in the qualifying wells, but not all of them will be bonded. The reason for this is it is a full picture of the operator's health and operation in the state of Utah. So we look at all mineral types. In the case of this operator, it's 2,700 wells. Now we look at their total at-risk wells. This operator had 260 total at-risk wells. So this is all mineral type in the state that's below 1 BOE. So we calculate the ratio at 9.6%. So this is a tier 1 operator. They have over 1,000 BOE per day and their at-risk well ratio is below 15%. So now we've established that they're a tier 1 operator. The next step is to establish what their base blanket bond would be. So this operator, if you remember back to the previous slide, they had 2,700 wells, but only 934 of them require bonding under this rule, under state or fee or mixed ownership. And so we take a look at the tier 1 bond table between 751 and 1,000. That's $1.2 million. That's this operator's base blanket bond. Okay, now we would take a look at the supplemental bond. So this evaluates their state at-risk wells. This operator has 45 state at-risk wells, so that's 45 wells that are below 1 BOE per day. We look at the average TVD, total vertical depth. This operator's wells average 8,900 feet. We take a look at the chart, and they fall between 6,000 and 9,000 feet. So the bond amount required for these wells would be $32,500 per well. Now, this is where the multiples of 10 that we discussed earlier in the presentation come in. So the bond is required by whole multiples of 10. That's 40. So they have 45 at-risk wells, but the whole multiple requires bond for 40 wells, $1.3 million. The theory behind the full multiples of 10 is it does two things. It releases administrative burden between the division and the operator every time a well switches back and forth. It also provides the operator with some influence or some tools to manage how much their supplemental bond is. They can look at this and decide, are we willing to go up to 50 at-risk wells? Do we want to manage it down below 40? And they can start to influence this number by how they make the decisions on their wells and how they manage them.
Can you go back to where you show the 3 tiers?
This is the drawback.
Okay, so what if they don't qualify under the tier 1 criteria? Maybe they have 1,000 BOEs per day, but their at-risk wells are 25%. What happens?
So you're asking if an operator had more than 1,000 BOE per day, but their at-risk ratio was 20%.
Yeah, something.
Over 20%.
Yeah,
Or
something
yeah.
over 15.
Yeah, so as long as they meet that minimum 500 BOE production per day in tier 2, they would qualify. In other words, if they're producing
Okay.
over 500, they would still qualify as
Okay.
long as they meet the
Gotcha.
at-risk ratio.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Kettle, if you have a transfer of ownership to an operator that's not previously operated in Utah, but is a large operator in other states, do you have a special way of addressing their possible blanket bonding if they come in and make an acquisition?
The short answer is no. It would be calculated based on the wells that they're taking over, based on this calculation. The long answer is that operator could petition the board to review their bonding.
Kind of along with that question, because it seems like the concern or the issue comes up more when you have, smaller operators taking over larger, the original driller, and then they're depleted down, transferred to a smaller operator. Is that new smaller operator coming in, how are they evaluated? Because if they're just evaluated based on what happened in the past, that may not be a high enough bar, for them to bond under. So how are they handled?
Thank you for the question. They are evaluated based on the wells that they are coming in, taking over. 2 parts to this. One is all operators will be evaluated every 5 years. And there is the ability to evaluate the bond and for the division to request additional or decrease the bonding depending on their performance in the role and notify the operator in writing of that requirement.
Because you mentioned that it's a pattern to have them drop because they may not have the sophistication that the prior operator had. So just anticipating that, and then kind of my overall question earlier was, looking at those wells that you need to abandon that need to be taken care of by the division. What's the history on those? It'd be interesting just to know the history on those wells and what happened. So that's kind of my overall question, anticipating that's where most of our problems are, what can be done specifically to that, versus, everyone.
Are you expecting a response to that, or is that more of a comment in general?
Well, a short response.
A short response, okay. So starting back, if a new operator come in, it is based on the wells that they bring in. It would require an updated evaluation of their bond to increase or decrease it. That is one of the main reasons why we wanted to develop an automatic tool, so that we can help ourselves as an agency and the operators know what they would be facing. So within just a few minutes, an operator can go plug in the numbers and they'll know, as could the division. The other part of that is, when we've evaluated this rule and we've looked at it, we recognize, so currently the division sits, if my memory's correct, I think it's about 6% bonded on wells. I've got it in my notes. I can go flip through and get you the exact number if you'll give me just a moment. This bond rule would not put us at 100% bonding. It would put us at roughly 14% bonding. So if we looked at the cost to plug all these wells, this rule we calculate would put us at roughly 14% bonded. That's clearly less than full cost bonding. But the division has looked at it and said, we think that's probably okay, because this rule is putting bonding on the wells that create the biggest risk, the wells that are most likely to become orphan. To Mr. Church's question, if you have a large operator that has highly productive wells, they're not going to abandon those wells. There may be a bonding requirement for those, but it's not as high as older wells that may be less productive.
Mr. Kettle, when you have a transfer of operatorship, what role does the division have in approving the transfer of operatorship to a new owner? At what point in time is it involved on whether you determine they're properly bonded, whether you grant that transfer, or what role do you play in that transfer between operators?
Okay, good question. When there's a transfer of operator, the operator, both the outgoing and the ingoing operator, submit an application to the division. The transfer's evaluated. The operator's notified of the amount of bond that needs to be posted. And the outgoing operator is the operator of record and is responsible for those wells until the new operator posts the required bonding. Once that's in place, then the wells are transferred to the incoming operator.
Is the incoming operator evaluated big picture, reputation, history with the state, et cetera?
No, they're not. We don't currently have that in the rule. It's more mechanical than that.
Mm-hmm.
So that,
because you don't want to discriminate. I mean, it can't be arbitrary because it's their transaction. But it just seems like that ought to be in somewhere in the rule, because you can't stop a transaction, but you can. We ought to have a bonding requirement that considers the history that operator's had with the state or in another state.
Want to make one more comment. Megan Crocker with the division. When we do the transfer of operators, we currently look at wells that are over 12 months shut in. And in some cases, we can get additional bonding on those wells. But there are some operators that will not transfer them and start producing them before they can get additional bonding. And so there are operators that will try to get around that because they don't want to put up that additional bonding. And I'm not sure it's saying all of them. The bigger operators don't do that, but the smaller they are, there's quite a few instances where they will produce it minimally, so it won't have to be bonded.
Bart, so federal and tribal wells are bonded elsewhere,
That's correct.
but you're using federal wells to calculate BOEs, federal and tribal. What if, and I guess it doesn't matter, what if all the production is on tribal land, but they've got 5 at-risk wells on state land? How do those come into play and not penalize the operator? Do you see my question?
I think I understand your question, so I'm going to answer it based on what I understand, and
Okay.
please let me know if I didn't get it. So when we calculate the at-risk well ratio, we want to look at all the operations that the operator has, because that's the best evaluation of how healthy their operation is. When we look at the bonding, we only look at the state and fee, because those are the wells the division will be responsible for plugging if the operator becomes insolvent. And so we want to look at the whole picture when we use kind of a barometer, if you will, how much risk there is with this operator. But the bond only accounts for the wells we would be responsible for.
So at-risk wells on federal lands don't work into the calculation? You're only calculating state fee and mixed ownership?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the at-risk wells are evaluated at 5 years. If it's the same operator, every 5 years, and then, or if it changes hands with an operator?
Yeah, the two default times that each operator will be looked at, a minimum every 5 years, and any time there's an operator change.
And then if if an operator defaults on all his wells, they start to default, is there a hierarchy of who gets paid first? In that, is the state last on the list?
You're talking about in a bankruptcy sense. From a pure bankruptcy standpoint, the bonding isn't part of the bankruptcy, so that's set separately. I won't speak on the hierarchy in a bankruptcy, though, just because I'm not sure, and I don't want to give you a wrong answer.
Just another clarification, so this is clear. If someone bought only tribal wells, they would not need to post a bond at all with the state of Utah?
That's correct, and we actually have a slide that shows that exact scenario playing out.
Thank you.
So the federal and tribal, what's their funding looking like? What's their orphaned well? Any idea? How are they doing?
I didn't come prepared with that number. I will say when we look at the big picture, the number of orphan wells in Utah is fairly low regardless of mineral ownership. I don't know exactly where the federal ones are right off the top of my
They don't have very many federal wells either, but they also have the ability to go back after previous operators, and they can go personally after people, and so that's how they get a lot of their wells plugged. We don't have that same ability.
Okay.
So has the state ever had to plug a federal well for environmental reasons or for some reason? Do you know?
I think there may be some UIC-related wells that are under our jurisdiction, even if it's a fed well, if it's UIC, and under our permit, we would potentially have to plug that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So in calculating the bonds, are there other states that use this model, or is this unique to Utah in terms of how you're calculating this proposal?
We would definitely fall under the category of innovators in this method. There's multiple places that have some similar version, and as we prepared the draft rule, we took a look at what other states were doing, and we tried to incorporate things that we thought worked well into this draft rule, but there's definitely an element of innovating in this rule.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. If I could answer one question that Mr. Moon asked, and that was looking at the incoming operator. These were things that we discussed. Once again, what are other states doing as we work through this rule? And ultimately where we landed is we would be best to take a look at the data that we have and we control, because then we can look through it and get very precise things. And when you get to external or outside sources, it really limits your ability to do that. And so that's why we went down the route of production, because it's unique to Utah, at-risk wells because it's unique to Utah, and we know the data, we have complete access to it, rather than maybe like financial ratios or kind of a lot of things that you might see out there in standard business where we may not have access to those.
Yeah, it just seems like a smaller operator that you're not sure about. It might be wise to evaluate them after 1 year versus maybe letting it go 5 years, something like that.
we are working on a bond priority app that would help us determine when to evaluate operators.
And so you would not approve a change of operator without proper bonding in place, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thanks.
Okay, so lots of good questions. Hopefully we've been able to answer them. When we calculate the bond that an operator has, it's the base blanket bond, so that's determined on the tier that they fall within and how many wells they have. For our example operator, 1.2 million. When we calculate the supplemental bond, that's calculated based on the number of at-risk state wells they have and how deep those wells. In this example, 1.3 million for a total bond of a total bond of 2.5 million for this operator. Now I want to go through a scenario of calculating an individual well bond.
Let me ask one question. Can you go back to the last slide just a second, Bart? Okay. Do you have an estimate of what that $2.55 million bond costs the operator?
If they were to get a surety or some type of financial assurance, is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't come prepared with an estimate of that.
Okay.
We have looked at that. I didn't come prepared with that answer for this specific instance, and it does depend a little bit on the.
For us, it would be extremely helpful for us to understand
Okay.
what the cost or the burden is on the operator.
Okay.
For that sort of thing.
Okay, so now we're going to do calculating an individual well bond. So most operators would qualify for a tier, most of the high productive ones, but there's some that won't. And so for an individual well bond, the first thing you do is you look at the true vertical depth of the well, 8,600 feet, an example before you. We consult the table between 6,000 and 9,000 feet. So the bond amount is $65,000 for this operator. If that operator had more wells, I simplified this example. Let's say 6 wells, all between 6,000 and 9,000 feet, $65,000 a well, $390,000 for that well. There would be no supplemental in this case because it's an individual well bond.
And so you're only going on true vertical depth. So if someone drills a well to 8,600 feet, but then they go horizontal for a mile, it's still based on that 8,600.
It is, because you would be plugging off to that formation. That's the depth.
Gotcha.
You wouldn't be dealing with the horizontal portion of the well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. So what we did is we brought some examples to the board, in this case 7 operators, where we ran some scenarios to help the board get a visual and see what this bonding rule might mean to them. As you look across this chart, I think you'll probably generally come to the conclusion that it normally does increase the bond for the average operator. However, there's 2 operators on this chart, operator R and operator X, who under the proposed rule would actually have a lower bonding amount than under the current rule. So it's totally dependent on their operation. And when we chose these 7 operators, we did our best to choose a gamut of operators, from highly productive operators to only a few wells in these 7 examples. So the numbers that I was looking for previously that I couldn't quite find in time, when we look at our bonding in the state of Utah, we're currently bonded at 6% of the cost of what we estimate the cost would be to plug the wells. If we plug this rule in, we believe we'd be somewhere around 14%. To put that in a dollar amount, going from $19 million bond for the wells in the state of Utah to $46 million. And coming back to something we discussed previously, the general concept of the rule is we think we're okay with less than full cost bonding as long as we address the wells that have a track record for becoming orphan. That's what the rule's really designed to do, is catch those wells that have a track record. And we think that satisfies the Utah Code 46.5 that requires the board to have financial assurance in place, adequate financial assurance in place for the wells. Okay, so continuing on with those 7 operators, we put put together a chart for the board to see what the proposed bonding rule would be as compared to some of the surrounding Rocky Mountain states. And as you look through this chart, there's a couple of things that I think stand out. One is, under no scenario would Utah be the highest bonding requirement of the surrounding Rocky Mountain states, but this proposed rule isn't normally going to be the lowest bonding requirement either. It's somewhere in the mid-range. And the one that I think that I would like to speak on for just a few minutes would be New Mexico, which does tend to be the lowest generally. In New Mexico, by statute, they're not able to require bond in an amount greater than $1,250,000. So that's the most bond they can hold for any operator. In our conversations with New Mexico staff, they express that they feel this amount is inadequate, but it's in statute and they don't have the ability to change it easily. When I looked at the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission's orphan well report, New Mexico is actually one of the states that had the highest increase of orphan wells, going from just over 300 orphan wells to over 3,000 orphan wells over the course of the three reports. If I remember right, it's 2018, 2021, and 2024. So they do have a lower bond amount, but it doesn't seem to be protecting them from getting orphan wells at this point. So this next graphic is a little small and a little busy, so I'll give you just a little bit of time to look over it. As you look over it, I think you'll come to the conclusion that the bond rule is very operator specific. So we have listed their average BOE for 2 years coming into today's presentation, what their draft bond amount would be, how many wells, how many state wells they have. So that's the wells that they have to bond, and then also calculated out what the average bond per state well would be given those numbers. And so it's very operator specific. It's driven by how much the operator produce, how many at-risk wells they have, their total state well count, and their average vertical depth. Those are the main things that drive it. The board's already asked this question, but just to kind of demonstrate it, if we look at operator 7 and operator 19, those aren't print errors. They have no bonding obligation under this proposed rule because they have either straight federal or straight tribal wells. And then operators, generally speaking, operators with the lowest number of at-risk wells have a lower bond amount, and you can kind of see that when you look through the chart, where some of the operators that produce high BOE also have relatively low number, or in some cases they don't have any at-risk wells, and their bond amounts reflect that. As the board looks this over, a couple things to help maybe the board understand what this chart means. So represents 28 operators. There's approximately 4,000 wells in the state that would require bonding under this rule. Just a little over 3,700 of those wells are represented by these 28 operators. And to give a little context, these 28 operators represent 99.5% of the production in the state of Utah.
So, Mr. Kettle, how many operators do you currently have of state wells? So here's 28. Is that 75% of them?
No, there's the 28 wouldn't represent 75%. We can get you the exact number. It's going to be in the 150 to 170 range operators total.
Okay.
But these 28 represent 3,700 of the 4,000 wells that are out there. So the remaining 100 plus operators represent 300 wells.
Okay, thank you.
This doesn't have a column for current bond. It would be interesting to have that. But I'm guessing it'd be roughly half of what this is, because you said we're going from 7% to about 14%.
Mm-hmm.
So their current bonding, we're basically proposing to double their bonding requirement, roughly.
Yeah, and we, in some of the preps going into this presentation, we wish that we had that in place, and we found ourselves in a spot where we just couldn't pull it quite quickly enough.
Okay.
So
Kind of wanted to go back. Could I just make one comment? You're asking about how much it cost per well for the project that we previously plugged. For the total cost for each well is $117,000, and just including the subsurface, it's $79,000 per well.
You mean,
$117,000 per well to plug them, including the surface, and then it was $79,000 for just the subsurface.
So, we were just looking at number 24, 23, 24, and 25. They all have 27 wells. There's also operator 18 that has 27 wells. And so the difference in those is just the number of at-risk wells. Because you have 29,000 per well up to 110,000 per well.
So it's the production of the operator, but in the case of the ones that you specifically listed, it's the number of at-risk wells and the depth of the wells.
Okay.
So if you look through this chart, operator, let me get my eyes straight here. Operator 25 probably jumps out to you because it's a higher amount, and yet it's only 27 wells. That operator doesn't have very many productive wells, so they have a very high number of at-risk wells, and those wells are deep, over 13,000 feet deep.
So that's a good example, is that if they have a high number of wells that are potentially going to be orphaned, and if it's 117,000 per well, they're well under bonded. Right? Am I following that right?
I'm not quite sure how to respond. I think there's a question there I didn't catch.
Okay. So you said like number 25 that that it's $110,000. Oh, I guess they're not that far off. Okay, sorry, I take that back. Never mind. Because if the average well costs about $117,000, and so they're bonded at almost $110,000 per well.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I understand your question now, Mr. Galecki. Let me start by just giving a little more information on operator 25. So that operator has older wells. Think in terms of like 50 years old, in some cases a little bit older. They're near the end of their life. Many of those wells are shut in and not productive at all. The wells that are productive are lower producing wells, so their at-risk well ratio is higher. And those wells are very deep wells. And so that correlates to a higher average cost per well for that operator as compared to operator number 24 that also operates 27 wells, where they may have a lower at-risk well ratio and they also may have more shallow wells. In the case of operator number 25 specifically, they didn't qualify for a base blanket bond, so that's actual individual bonding on those wells. The majority of the rest of the operators did qualify for at least a tier 3 operator, and so that gives them, to Mr. Galecki's point, a little bit of a break in the total amount of bond that they need to post, because we're looking at them saying you're operating a fairly healthy operation where you're keeping your wells productive and you're taking care of business.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so this slide, this represents, in conclusion, actually, we're wrapping up. This represents the orphan wells that we will be dealing with. And so the orphan wells A through I are actual orphan wells, and orphan wells J through O are that 38 probable wells that we covered earlier in the presentation. And the thing I would like to draw your attention to, so the red bar represents how much bond's in place. The yellow bar represents how much we calculate it will cost to plug those wells. And of course, the blue bar represents what kind of bond would be in place for this if this proposed draft rule is in place. And as you look through this, you can see most of the liability or most of the cost that's not covered by four-footed bond is just from a couple of operators. And so to bring this back full circle, once again, these are operators that have $120,000 statewide bond. They have between 20 and 50 wells on that bond. They have older wells that went straight from producing to orphan. They maybe weren't producing high, but they were producing well. They never landed on the orphan or on the idle well list, and so they had basically near minimum bond amounts, and when they become orphan, there's just not enough bond to cover it. The draft rule that we've presented a copy to the board and we've talked about today would start to address some of those. As you can see, the draft the proposed bond amount would be higher. It may not cover the full cost of plugging those wells, but once again, we believe that kind of looking at the business plan and helping work through that would help alleviate the risk that these operators would create to the state.
What happened? You said you review these every 5 years, the operators.
The draft rule proposes that they would be reviewed every 5 years.
And so the only way to increase the bonding within that 5 years is maybe a change of ownership. You don't go, if someone shuts in, you know, or has an additional 25 at-risk wells, that's not taken into account until the 5-year review.
The way the rule's written, every operator would be reviewed at least every 5 years. There is the ability in the rule to review an operator more frequently than that, and the division needs to notify them, and then they have, if I remember right, it's 120 days to respond.
Okay.
So the division's obligated to notify them in writing, and then they have 120 days to respond and post the bond.
So if they suddenly shut in a whole well for 2 years, you would review that.
One of the things that we've been working, I think this is getting to your question. One of the things we've been working hard behind the scene is to basically use technology as an accelerator for the division and for industry so that they can easily calculate and know where they're at. So that would allow proactive operators to, within, you know, just a few hours, look at all their operations, see where they're at, manage that. It also allows the division to take the same look as a situation might necessitate.
Thank you.
On this chart here, on your x-axis, A through O, are those are operators that were, you might have called 1 through 28 on the previous slides, or are there any correlation between those?
No, they're not. They're totally different operators from the others. These are all actual orphan wells, and we just did not put the operator names on there.
Thank you.
Mr. Kettle, are you finished? Oh, here we go.
Almost. So, in summary, Utah has a strong idle and orphan well history, as evidenced by our low orphan well numbers. However, our orphan well numbers are increasing, and the cost to plug and abandon them are. As we work through this draft rule, we did our best to create a draft rule that was specific to the operators, giving them the ability to influence their bond and manage it. So it's both an opportunity to manage it and in some ways an obligation. And the main tools that operators would use to manage their bond amount would be their overall production, decreasing their at-risk well total, or the last option would be to petition the board for bond review. We can see some scenarios where an operator may be very diligent and very active. Say an example like you gave, Mr. Moon, where they come in and accepted wells and they had a high at-risk well ratio, but they have a great business plan and they've shown that they're going to be diligent about dealing with those wells. We can see where that could be a viable option, is they come and petition the board, say, this is our business plan, we've been here for a year, we've got this track record, this is what we're going to do. So in closing on this presentation, first of all, thank you for lasting through it. It's been a long presentation. As we walk forward on this rule, the thing that we would ask for the board more than anything is give us a little bit of clarity on what you need from the division and where you see this going forward and what you'd need from us to kind of help the board evaluate or make decisions.
Thank you for the presentation. Does the board have any additional questions for Mr. Kettle right now?
So a well-established operator that has never had to pass on a orphan well to the division, and I'm just wondering, you know, if we haven't necessarily seen a breakdown of what they're bonded at now, current bonding versus, you know, under the new proposed rule. But I'd like to see something where, if they've never had, and I guess into that you would want to work in, you know, if they do get noticed that, hey, here's some wells that, you know, are over 5 years, and things like that, because that would increase the risk too. If they're being noticed, they're not taking care of wells. But I just hate to see good operators having their bond cost double, and they haven't shown, poor operations in the past, and there's nothing predicting that their cost to the state's going to go up in the future. I would just like to see their costs not double. Kind of, that's just my feeling. So,
Chairman, Mr. Moon, for clarity on that, I actually appreciate you bringing that up a few different times here, and I want to make sure we understand. So, hypothetically, let's say that ExxonMobil comes in and buys 20 non-producing wells for whatever reason, hypothetically, versus, Mix Oil and Tattoo Parlor comes in and buys the same 20 wells. You're saying, how do we evaluate those two? ExxonMobil has a higher credit worthiness and a higher reputation. Should that be considered? And I'll put that back as a transition to the board. The questions that you've brought up today, I know Bart enough, Toyer and Megan, they've documented them, right? They're going to jump on them, probably already are. We also understand that this is the first fire hose where we hit the board with a ton of information. After this board meeting, the division is going to set up, and this announcement to my team as well, this is always fun, is going to set up a dedicated web page for this process. It's going to include the presentation that Mr. Kettle and his team just gave. It'll ideally include an easy mechanism for people to provide public comment, right? And it'll provide a common data source for everything. When you're dealing with a complex matter involving a whole lot of people, transparency is the first threshold that we've got to cross. Everything should be pretty easy after that, but maybe not easy, but at least workable. So setting this stuff up so everyone can see it is going to be something that I endeavor to get started quickly. But please, I'll say this especially to the board, direct your questions to Deputy Director Kettle, and he'll copy, or you can copy me on them, but definitely direct them to Deputy Director Kettle. We're going to set up the page, and we'll move forward. Again, this is that first discussion that we're having. So thank you for the opportunity, and we can finish this topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is an unusual method of going through rulemaking. So we're kind of on untrodden ground here on how we're doing it. But I want to make sure we have heard from both the industry and from the division on their approach to the rules and what's right or wrong with them. And in that vein, I think we'd like to see during the month of March, and on your button on your page, anyone who would like to submit written comments that we can consider. This is fact-finding. This is not, we're not moving into any formal rulemaking or anything. We want to know what the public thinks, because it is important to us to try to satisfy all of the parties at stake here. So that will take us to the March meeting. And I don't, if there are people or companies that would like to present an oral argument, should we do that at the March meeting, or should we do that at the April meeting? Should we discuss comments in March and do April, or what do you think?
Chairman, thank you for that question. I'll cover some of this in the next month's agenda as I work through kind of the last bit of what I have. I am unable to be at the March meeting, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't take comments at that point. Maybe an option is to say both months. Get in as much information as you'd like.
And have the oral presentations from anyone, any public entity that wants to, in April.
Correct. That
whenever
could be an option.
We're all kind of reconvened. Does that seem okay with everyone to do it that way? Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Let's plan on that. If there are any companies, well, I'm going to leave it at that. Yes.
I'd kind of, and I think this maybe falls in more the industry category, but I'd like to see an economic analysis, if you will, if the impact of this rule will cause the state of Utah to be less attractive for energy development, if this is going to be compared to other states, if there's going to be, if we're going to hurt ourselves in terms of trying to protect the state's interests financially through these orphan wells versus economic activity and attraction to the state for companies that want to do business here in Utah. I don't know if that's going to have an impact, but I'd like to know for sure if that would be.
Chairman, Ms. Sierra, very good. I think that is personally, as a director, that's paramount to this process, right? And I imagine you'll get a good amount of and a variety of information answering that question, depending on the stakeholder and even the division, and that's where it falls to, frankly, you as the board to say, okay, what's the right size for this? And it's exciting to be a part of the process if we start to loop this in, but that's a very good question.
If an operator couldn't get a surety bond, there aren't a lot of companies that do surety bonds anymore, insuring companies. What other instruments would you accept for the bond other than a surety bond? Like letters of credit, what other instruments?
Yeah, with the letters of credit,
Cash, I suppose.
yeah, CDs are also options in there. There are some restrictions in the rule specifically when we start talking about cash, but yeah, those are also options that are spelled out in the rule.
Okay,
In addition to a surety.
thank you.
Yeah, on the transparency issue, I think that will help you avoid a lot of grandma requests. So get
Right.
everything posted, your emails and everything. But then also, I think we need to assure the operators that their data and their identities are protected. So so far you've done a very good job of A through O and 1 through 28. Those are really good things to know. I do want to urge you to get aggressive about that orphan well federal funding. There are states that have done a terrible job, and they're getting most of it. We've done a good job. I think we deserve at least as much as the guys that have done a bad job. So please chase that down. And I guess I'm going to count on the industry folks to tell us what their burden is here, because you don't necessarily have that information available to you, and don't get into negotiating those sorts of things. So those would be my comments, sir.
Chairman, Mr. Walker, regarding the federal funding, that first $5 million is relatively straightforward. It's when you get over that where you really have to produce a fair amount of documentation. There are states out there like Pennsylvania are almost $500 million into this, and they had to work really, really hard to get that amount of money.
So we could get that 5 million with you're saying we haven't applied for it though, because we're not, where are we at on it?
We are currently working on that. We are finishing up our current orphan well project. But kind of just to reiterate, that's just a lump sum of $5 million. That doesn't solve the problem down the road after we, get the $5 million, and
Well said.
still have to deal with the orphan wells.
Can't save it. You got to spend it.
Yeah, you have to spend it
Right
with a
away.
certain amount of time, and then it's like after the fact, where's the funding going to come from?
Okay.
Yeah, when I came in, I was really hoping we could just take that $5 million and put it in the bank, and they won't. Back to the bonding, something interesting. A legislative bill is going through the session that allows gold, literal gold, to be used. Maybe we could transition.
How
out
about
to-
crude oil?
That's right. You
That
made it
black
right
gold.
there with me, Gordon. Just barrels of oil out in the parking lot. Sorry, that's what Mick brings. Any more questions on this topic, or I'll wrap up some of the other.
I just one comment, I guess. I assume various industries have different costs on surety. Coal's a little bit different than hard rock. I'm wondering if you can do any research as far as cost of surety, in this type of situation, because there's a little bit difference around the board where certain industries, the surety costs aren't that bad. And so if you could do some research on that, that'd be great.
We definitely will, and you are correct. I mean, just off the top of my head, the oil and gas industry does not have normally in their business plan the abandonment of a well, whereas in some mining industries, that's part of the business plan. We just walk away, or they just walk away, excuse me, which is why there's such a significant disparity, frankly, between a mineral company, a mining company's surety, you know, Mr. Galecki, versus an oil and gas. So we will research that. Thank you.
You know, I think on the AFEs, they do include P&A anymore.
Yeah.
It's usually the standard 75,000, but I think it does appear on an AFE. Whether or not it's ever allocated
Right.
is another issue.
True.
Do we have any other questions from the board? Okay.
Again, I'll echo big thanks to Deputy Director Kettle and Megan for coming up.
That was a very good
They
presentation.
They
I
crushed
appreciate
it in my mind. So thank you. We look forward to more of that. Just a few things other before we get into next month's agenda and division calendar. Again, legislative session ends on March 7th. Natasha's done a very good job of updating the board on that. We'll have a final update at the March meeting. And then just some calendar things. The Utah Petroleum Association annual meeting is Monday and Tuesday, March 17th and 18th. I think board members who had hoped to come have already shared that with us. We have a hearing and examiner proceeding on March 19th of 2025. Our next board hearing, this meeting, is on March 26th of 2025. Again, I'll be out. Deputy Director Dana Dean will be acting director during that time, and she'll be up here in front of you all, and I think Bart will be here as well. The Uinta Basin Oil and Gas Collaborative meeting is on March 20th from 9 to noon at the Duchesne County Event Center. If any of you would like to attend that, please shoot an email as quickly as possible to Patty Rowe. If you plan to attend in person, the meeting will also be streamed on our website and our YouTube channel. Also, I think we just covered, let's see, next month's agenda division calendar. Yeah, I think that checks all the boxes. Oh, finally, I was notified during the presentation, Chairman, that the notice on board notice rulemaking was emailed to you all. Coincidentally, I pinged my staff on that, and they got that out to you, so thank you. And that's all I have right now. If you have any additional questions, let me know.
I think we'll take some time now for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience? I know there are a couple people online who would like to have some public comment. Is there anyone in the room now who would like to speak? Oh, Ms. Harenko Browning. We are limiting these public comments to 5 minutes apiece also.
Understood, and thank you. My name is Ricky Renko Browning, president of the Utah Petroleum Association. I was rapidly taking notes through that very informative presentation and just wanted to share a few points of question that we are going to consider and ask for some feedback on. So starting at the top and kind of working the way through the presentation, one thing that we would like to get a better understanding of is the assumptions for the number of orphan wells forward-looking. I think for the first few years, it's quite clear, and I understand where the division is coming from, but as you get out into the later years, it would be helpful to have an understanding of that number of orphan well assumptions. The conservation fee revenue is a very big question mark as well. Conservation fee is based on production. We have seen severance increase dramatically. We've had a doubling of production in the state of Utah on crude. I would expect the conservation fee revenue to increase in a similar time scale as the severance tax. So there should be a significant increase in conservation fee revenue available to the division. Not clear if that was included or not. It may be, but it's not clear. We're curious how the division got to the percents in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 of 15%, 20%, and 25%, and the justification for that, and if those are the correct percents. UPA has provided alternative suggested percents. I think that's something that we need to look at very carefully of the percentage for each of those tiers. Mr. Walker, your question about cost to provide the bond amounts is really imperative. We can give more feedback on that later, but I would say that we have new operators that have been asked to provide 50% cash collateral for their bonding amounts. It's not always that high, but we have cases of 50%, which is extreme. On table 19, I just wanted to point out as I was looking at it, I think we have some questions on some of the calculations, but based on the table as it was presented, in all cases but one, Utah would be the second most expensive jurisdiction in the Rocky Mountains. So the question that Ms. Sierra asked about competitiveness is real and is demonstrated in that table. It would be helpful to see that in comparison to how we stack up in terms of number of orphaned wells. If we have the most orphaned wells, then maybe we should be the most expensive state in bonding. If we don't have the most orphaned wells, why are we going to be the second most expensive state regionally for bonding? Those things do matter as we look at where capital is allocated from equity perspective. We'd also like to walk through a few examples of how mixed mineral wells are bonded. If the vertical portion, because that is the portion that we're focused on, that was an important question that came out. If the vertical portion is on state land, how does that change versus if the vertical portion is not on state lands? And if we look at the bonds that those mixed mineral wells carry, does the tribal component and the federal component of those bonds also avail itself to the state, whether that vertical portion is on or off of state jurisdiction lands? It's a question that I think we need to walk through a few examples to better understand. It would also be very helpful if the division could run their bonding calculator using the UPA proposed counter proposal to see how much funding would be generated in the counter proposal that we provided with those different percentage tiers. We don't have that universe of data of what every single operator has, but the division does. It would be very helpful to see that. We would also just caution against saying that on average we're looking at doubling the bond amount. On average, yes, but there are vast differences for individual operators that are maybe not reflected, or at least as we see it reflected, the way that they were shown in the presentation. And I realize that's getting into the weeds, and this was a first broad brush, but it's important to keep in mind. And then just a question for clarity purposes, is the division still planning to move forward with the draft as set out in July? I believe that's the case based on what we saw in the presentation today, but it would be helpful just to have that confirmation of which draft we're working against. Appreciate the division's presentation. It was very thorough. Agreed. Appreciate the board giving me the opportunity to speak again today, and we look forward to continuing engaging in this process. Thank you.
Thanks. In this new button on the page, maybe we can put the division's most current draft so that we are all working from the same document.
Will do.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the audience? Okay, I believe we have a person or two online who would like to comment. Are they there? Hello?
Yeah, I think there are a few of us. So I don't know if the commission wants to pick who would go first, but I'm happy to start that.
How many people online want to comment? Are there more than, I know there are a couple of people. Are there more than that who want to comment? Hello, can you hear me?
It looks like there are two, Holly, who is on the screen, and then Meg Coleman, who has raised her hand.
Okay, thank you. So if you'd like to go ahead, please note that we're holding these comments to 5 minutes, and please identify yourself and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Holly Hill. I'm with Fielding Hill LLC, and I represent several members of the Utah Petroleum Association. Thank you for your time today. I want to first state that most of the members of UPA fully support a fair and equitable bonding to protect the state of Utah from orphan wells. I'm here today to correct the record on slide 19, where the division depicted that the bonding amount scenarios for examples for operators for Rocky Mountain states. I've worked extensively in Colorado on the financial assurance rulemaking that eventuated. So I wanted to address this specifically for the example they depict for the operator K in Colorado. Now, I do not fault anyone at the division for coming up with the answer that they did. The Colorado rule is incredibly complicated, and oftentimes you have to review the rule with the supplemental statement of basis and purpose, which is long and wordy. However, I'm happy to get into those nuanced details of the Colorado rulemaking at some point in the future if anyone wanted that. But I wanted to simply state that the operator depicted as example K, where they have $56 million in bonding, is not correct, not for an operator with 934 wells. And I can support this assertion because there is publicly available spreadsheets that depict what each operator's total well count, their current option or tier that they fall into, and the total amount of bonding that each operator has on record. That total amount of bonding also reflects not only the blanket well bonding that was passed in 2021, but bonds for things like central E&P waste facilities, water recycling facilities, and most importantly, bonds that have been imposed as a result of non-compliance. So I would respectfully request to submit this spreadsheet, perhaps just on the button available on that website, just to show you the Colorado bonding currently, and I'll make sure to delete all the operator names so that there's no way you can back into that. And also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And if you would post it on our future page here in the next couple of months. Mr. Kettle, did you have a response or?
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kettle came up to offer potential comment, and my recommendation is, again, as Ms. Hill, who has been excellent to work with, provides this information, the division can respond to those comments, I think, on our website, just to make sure that there's a high level of transparency and record there. We see, candidly, miscommunication, and I think that a public response in writing on the website is probably the best platform. So thank you, and thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you for your comments. Did you have any additional comments, Ms. Hill?
Nope, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing from you at our future meeting. Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Kettle. When you're counting wells, are you counting oil and gas wells? Are you counting injection wells at all in that total well count?
The answer is yes to all of those, provided that the injection wells fall under our primacy, which is fairly complicated given that in the Uinta Basin there's Indian country, so there's several nuances to where wells fall. Rather, they fall under state primacy or EPA primacy.
Okay. Are they given the same weight as producing oil and gas wells?
Can you clarify what you're asking there a little
Well,
bit?
when you're figuring total well count, you've got production and you've got at-risk wells. In those at-risk wells, do you include injection wells?
Yes, that's correct. If they're inactive, they're included in the at-risk.
But if they're active, they are not included?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another person online who would like to comment?
Hi.
Hello
Yes, I'd
there.
like to-
Could you please
Hi, my name is-
identify yourself?
Sure. My name is Meg Coleman. I'm with the Environmental Defense Fund. We've been participating in this process for over 2 years. We think it's been a very thorough process. And we also think that the proposed rule is a very reasonable rule to protect Utah's taxpayers from orphaned wells. And we look forward to continuing to participate in the process. Our team's done a fair amount of economic analysis and would be happy to share that in future public comment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments, and please feel free to leave any comments on our board page. All right.
Back to you, Mr. Thomas.
Chairman, members of the board, I don't have anything else to add this morning. If you don't have any questions, you can move forward. Thank you.
Board, do you have any comments or questions? Would you like to break for 10 or 15 minutes here before we start the formal part? We will break until 11:10, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.
one.
Welcome back, everyone, for our second session here. We're moving into the formal part of the agenda. We're going to get right on with item number 1, docket number 2025-004, cause number 132-68. In the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of of the interests of certain non-consenting and unknown owners within a 2,560-acre drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Colton formations in sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 2 south, 3 west. This was heard at the January meeting, but due to a publishing error, we had to wait for this month. I'm assuming there have been no changes, and we are ready now to enter the order. Is that correct?
That's right, Ms. Garrison. Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear on behalf of the petitioner SM Energy, and I have received no contact or opposition or protest. I have received none from the board or division. I'm assuming they have received none. There's a draft order that's been prepared, and I believe everything's in order for approval.
And I think we're ready to. Does that need to be?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Might want to confirm.
Oh, he wasn't here? Oh. Okay. Because he was here for the vote. Okay. That takes care of item number 1.
Do we need a motion from the board?
No, we voted on it in January. It was just because of the publishing error, we couldn't sign the order. And that's the same situation with this next one. Docket number 2025-005, cause number 132-69. In the matter of the request for agency action of SM Energy Company for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting and unknown owners within a 1,280-acre drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Colton formations composed of sections 13 and 14, 2 south, 3 west, USM. This is the same situation as the first one. We heard the matter and voted on it, but we weren't able to sign the order at the January hearing. Have there been any comments or anything?
Madam Chair, again, Mitch Mayo, appearing on behalf of the petitioner, and I have received no comment or opposition from anyone in this matter, and neither has my client. I can confirm that for the record.
Okay, we will go ahead and sign the order today. Thank you very much. Boy, we're really moving through these guys, aren't we? Moving on to item number 3, docket number 2025-010, cause number 132-71. In the matter of the request for agency action of Ovintiv USA, Inc. for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting owners in the Pekapovitz, Utah 1-14, 4-3, 11-2-1H well in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations comprised of sections 2 and 11, 4 south, 3 west, USM. This is another one with the same situation as the 2 before.
This one is slightly different.
Okay.
This one was continued at the request of the petitioner.
Gotcha.
For essentially to confirm for themselves that they had named the right parties and provided the correct notice. That was confirmed almost immediately after continuing the matter, and so it was essentially just kicked a month at the request of Ovintiv to allow them to get square, and the hearing was held last week after the continuance. So it wasn't related to the publication error. It
Gotcha.
actually was the only matter that was published properly last month, but was continued for an entirely different reason.
All righty. So let's Mr. Baza,
All right, you may want to take appearances of counsel.
that's true. Mr. Mayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear PLLC on behalf of the petitioner Oventive USA, Inc.
Assistant Attorney General Carter Moore on behalf of Mr. John Baza, the hearing examiner.
And I'll just jump into Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Mr. Baza, did you identify yourself?
Not yet. Getting ready to do that.
You want a special moment.
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for entertaining the hearing examiner's recommended actions this morning. My name is John Baza. I'm previously retired from Utah State Government, and I acted as the board's designated hearing examiner in this proceeding. The hearing examiner proceeding was conducted on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The proceeding was held with an anchor position in this building, the Department of Natural Resources building in Salt Lake City, Utah. At the time, no member of the public nor any party had appeared or opposed the request for agency action. But Madam Chair, you may want to see if there's anyone here today regarding this matter. During this proceeding, various sworn declarations and exhibits were admitted into evidence. Additionally, live testimony from expert witnesses on behalf of Oventive was received. The Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining and I had the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses that were presented on behalf of Oventive. And after reviewing the request for agency action, the sworn declarations, the admitted exhibits, and hearing the live testimony presented at the hearing, I found and recommend the following: that Oventive provided sufficient and adequate notice of opportunity to the parties it was seeking to compulsory pool, that proper notice for the hearing examiner proceeding was also provided. Those owners failed to timely participate and should therefore be considered non-consenting parties, that the proposed JOA included terms that are just and reasonable, and it should therefore be adopted to govern future dealings between the parties, that the 300% non-consent penalty is fair and justified given the economic and geologic conditions present in connection with the drilling of these wells, and I therefore recommend that the 300% non-consent penalty be imposed as requested, and that Oventive met its burden of proof and otherwise satisfied all legal requirements to compulsory pool the non-consenting parties. Counsel for Oventive presented and prepared the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and draft order granting its request for agency action. Both I and the division reviewed and approved the proposed order, which I executed this morning for the hearing examiner and filed it with the board's legal assistant this morning. It should now be ready for the board's review and execution. That's my report.
Thank you. Division.
Thank you. Yeah, the division is in agreement to Mr. Baza's recommendation and just clarifies that they have no opposition to this request.
Thank you. Mr. Mayo, do you have any summary?
No summary other than to thank the board, hearing examiner, hearing examiners, and division for their willingness to work with us. Sometimes things go wrong with publication, sometimes we make mistakes, but it always requires some flexibility, and we really genuinely appreciate that. Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions? Are we? Mr. Moon.
I think I'm looking at the right request here. Compulsory pooled interest at 7.2%. That's pretty high. Just wanted to hear a comment on that.
Yeah, and actually, we've got Oventive witnesses here. If you'd like to ask them, if not, I'm happy to kind of clarify what happened at the hearing. Essentially, that was a mistake in the exhibit and was corrected during the hearing examiner hearing, and an updated exhibit was submitted. It essentially had not allocated, and David, you're on now. Please correct me if I misstate this, but it essentially had misallocated some of the JOA parties who were participating. It included them in the unleased because they hadn't yet accounted for the JOAs in the election.
Okay.
That's my understanding, but the exhibit has been corrected and the order reflects the correct percent. David, did I say that correctly, or is there anything else that needs to be clarified on that?
That's correct. My initial poll was of the existing deck, which had roughly 7% of unleased mineral interest. But when I reviewed our leasing efforts and the parties that had signed a JOA, that percentage went from 7 to 3.19, which has been revised. And so it was just an error on my part not to get that exhibit to Mitch in time for the hearing, but we do have it for you today.
Will you be filing that corrected?
I think what he meant was we filed it after the hearing exam.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have it for the hearing exam.
Oh, gotcha.
Hearing. We corrected it
All right.
on the record there and then submitted a corrected exhibit that is in the record.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any other board questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve the request for agency action as presented.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please note that it was unanimous. We are without board member Richard Borden today, but it is unanimous among the board. And we will sign the order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one more of these, but I believe Mr. McDonald's up next, so I'm going to hop back for a second.
Okay. I don't think I dated those other ones. This is what, 26. Moving on to item 4. Docket number 2025-015, cause number 132-72. In the matter of the request for agency action of Ovintiv USA, Inc. for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the certain interests, certain non-consenting owners in the Marie 15-22-15-3-3W-UW, McKinnon, Utah 14-22, 3-3-22-15-5H, and McKinnon, Utah 14-22, 3-3-22-15-7H wells in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations composed of sections 15 and 22, 3 South, 3 West, USM. We'll have appearance of counsel.
Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner Ovintiv USA, Inc.
Thank you. Division?
Assistant Attorney General Gary White for the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
And Assistant Attorney General Carter Moore on behalf of the hearing examiner, Mr. John Baza.
Thank you. Mr. Baza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Baza, I am previously retired from Utah State Government, and I acted as the hearing examiner for the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining in this proceeding. The proceeding was conducted on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The proceeding was held with an anchor position in the Department of Natural Resources building here in Salt Lake City. No member of the public nor any party opposed the request for agency action or appeared at the hearing examination. Again, I do not know if anyone is here today for this, but the chair may want to check and see if that's the case. During the proceeding, various sworn declarations and exhibits were admitted into evidence. Additionally, live testimony from expert witnesses was received. The Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining and I had the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses presented on behalf of Ovintiv. After reviewing the request for agency action, the sworn declarations and admitted exhibits, and hearing the live testimony presented at the hearing, I have several findings and recommend certain things for the board. I would comment that the one coloring to this particular matter is that one of the wells was originally drilled by Newfield Production Company and has been producing for some time now, but Mr. McDonald can probably present any information that the board may have as to why we are now compulsory pulling that at this point. But, you know, I'll direct those questions to Mr. McDonald. I would find the following, that the Ovintiv provided sufficient and adequate notice of opportunity to the parties it was to seeking to compulsory pool. Proper notice for the hearing examiner proceeding was also provided. Those owners failed to timely participate and should therefore be considered non-consenting parties. The proposed JOA includes terms that are just and reasonable, and it should therefore be adopted to govern the future dealings between the parties. The 300% non-consent penalty is fair and justified given the economic and geologic conditions present in connection with the drilling of these wells. I therefore recommend that the 300% non-consent penalty be imposed as requested, and that Ovintiv has met its burden of proof and otherwise satisfied all legal requirements to compulsory pool the non-consenting parties. Counsel for Ovintiv prepared proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and an order for the board. Both I and the division reviewed and approved the proposed order. I then executed the proposed order and filed it with the board's legal assistant this morning. It should now be ready for the board's review and execution. And that's my report.
Thank you. Division?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The division did not formally oppose this compulsory pooling. We did have some concerns that were outlined appropriately in the proposed order about the length of time between the date of first production and the pooling. However, Ovintiv did comply with all of the statutes and rules that are at play here. And we will go back to the division, to our client, and determine whether there's potentially rulemaking that should be done with regard to these lengthy gaps. I think the gap was 11 years for one of the wells between date of first production and the pooling. So, but again, Ovintiv did comply with the applicable statute and rules, so we do not object.
Thank you. Summary, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case the board did have any questions, the witnesses are also available virtually. It's Mr. Peter Burns and Mr. Christopher Wall. With regard to the concerns that they have, it's legitimate from the standpoint that none of us know why Newfield did not initiate a compulsory pooling with the first well. We will tell you, though, as you're well aware by all of these, that a lot of these numbers are very small interest owners, and a lot of the ones that are being compulsory pooled were discovered through investigation of estates that hadn't been probated and numerous inquiries and things like that. The important part was Newfield and then Ovintiv have complied with the requirements to put the money in suspense, and after a period of time to turn it over to the Unclaimed Property Act. And as also we've explained before, Ovintiv is trying to get everything cleared up and all of these compulsory pooled, and this is one of the last few that had some issues on it that we finally got in front of you. So that kind of explains the process. It was kind of agreed that this is something, if the board feels that there should be some kind of time limit for compulsory pooling or something of that, that's better left for rulemaking and discussions at another period of time. Other than that, we again thank Mr. Baza particularly for his time and effort. For the hearing examiner, as all parties are in agreement, we believe that my client has complied with all statutory regulatory requirements for the relief, and we would ask that the board enter the order as proposed by and approved by Mr. Baza.
So let me just ask you to be clear. Has some of this money been escheated to the state?
Well, it goes to the Unclaimed Property Act, yes.
It has. And everyone, the royalty owners, are happy with the resolution here?
There's been no objection to what the problem is. So, and again, it's a very, very small amount of percentage of the drilling unit that's being compulsory pooled here.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Moon?
So through the process of this compulsory pooling, were there some owners that were found?
I'll defer to Mr. Burns' testimony. Does he need to be sworn in, Madam Chair, or can you just?
Should we swear him in? We're going to swear him in.
He was sworn as part of the hearing examination.
Okay. Proceed, Mr. Burns, if he's been sworn in.
Oh.
You're still
okay.
under oath.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we started this process probably over a year ago to try to make sure we located everyone. And yeah, through the process of, reviewing probates and things like that, we did identify other owners and, did our best to give them the proper notice that they were due under this. So, I will say that a lot of these people are names that we, often see in these compulsory pooling matters that just never respond. So I don't know, what else we can do.
Were you also able to, through this time period here, when you did discover people, were you able to obtain leases from some of them once you discovered them?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we, they reach out to us and we are able to lease them, which is, the best of both worlds for both parties. So it's just when we mail and we don't get any response, this is the option that we're left with.
Yeah, because kind of big picture, doing a compulsory pooling late in the game, better late than never. And I don't see any harm done because the companies carried those interests.
Exactly.
Except for the later it goes, there's unknown owners that could have been located possibly through all the publication and everything that has to happen that weren't located. So it's it's always good to do them as early as possible, but I don't see harm done as long as they're found somewhere down the road and then they're leased and paid.
Right, and then the other factor is again, if you recall, in the interim here, the rules of how to do the compulsory pooling have been set, and so I think going forward you won't see the delays that you're seeing now, or have seen in this matter particularly.
Yeah. Okay.
And any affected owners can appeal to unclaimed properties to get that back.
Right,
revenue.
exactly.
Good.
Mr. McDonald, on the Unclaimed Property Act, so the funds are escheated to the state after 3 years, is that correct?
Yes, and again, it's cheating from the standpoint that it's held for people by the state.
Right.
Yes.
And so after that 3 years that it's gone to the state, for additional production, is it reset the clock that 3 years later, interest that would accrue to that party would also then go to the state?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Burns if he can answer that internally, how the company handles that, but
it's just a curiosity thing on my part.
Yeah, I believe, we escheat after 3 years, but then, we don't escheat every month thereafter. It's only once or twice a year, I believe. So it's, if we have not received a better address or received contact from them, yes, those future royalties would accrue and they would be escheated in the next batch that goes to the escheat.
Okay, thank you.
Board, do you have any further questions? Can we entertain a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the hearing examiner's findings.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Please note it's unanimous. Thank you. We'll sign the order. And I believe that closes out that order. Moving on to number 5. Docket number 2025-017, cause number 132-74. In the matter of the request for agency action of Oventive USA, Inc. for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of the interests of certain non-consenting owners in the Carl, Utah 16-19, 4-1-20-17-7H well
in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations in sections 17, 20, and 29, 4 South, 1 West, Duchesne County, Utah. Appearance of counsel, please.
Fred McDonald of counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner Ovintiv USA, Inc.
Thank you.
Assistant Attorney General Gary White on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you.
And Assistant Attorney General Carter Moore on behalf of the hearing examiner, Mr. John Baza.
Thank you. Mr. Baza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Baza, again, previously retired from state government service. I acted as the hearing examiner for the board in this proceeding. The hearing examiner proceeding was conducted in this matter on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The proceeding was held with an anchor position in the Department of Natural Resources building here in Salt Lake City. No member of the public nor any party appeared and opposed the request for agency action at that time. During the proceeding, various sworn declarations and exhibits were admitted into evidence, and additionally, live testimony from expert witnesses was received. The division and I had the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses presented on behalf of Ovintiv. And after reviewing the request for agency action, the sworn declarations, admitted exhibits, and hearing the live testimony presented at the hearing, I found and recommend the following. Ovintiv provided sufficient, adequate notice of opportunity to the parties it was seeking to compulsory pool. Proper notice for the hearing examiner proceeding was also provided. Those owners failed to timely participate and should therefore be considered non-consenting parties. You'll notice with the proposed order that there are 2 separate JOAs included as part of the proposed order, but both of those JOAs are for different reasons, which I'll let Mr. McDonald address if the boards have questions on those, but those JOAs both include terms that are just and reasonable, and they should be adopted to govern future dealings between the parties. The 300% non-consent penalty is fair and justified given the economic and geologic conditions present in connection with the drilling of the well. I would therefore recommend the 300% non-consent penalty be imposed as requested. Ovintiv has met his burden of proof and otherwise satisfied all legal requirements to compulsory pool the non-consenting parties. Counsel for Ovintiv prepared findings of fact, conclusions of law, and a proposed order granting its request for agency action. Both the division and I have reviewed and approved the proposed order. I executed that proposed order this morning and filed it with the board's legal assistant. It should now be ready for the board's review and execution. That's my report, and if I can make a comment very quickly, it's my final report for this morning. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to be their hearing examiner, and it provides a welcome distraction from the otherwise mundane existence of retirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baza. Division, do you have any comments?
No substantive comments. The division reviewed the request, the exhibits, and heard the testimony and had no objection.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To address Mr. Baza's issue with the 2 joint operating agreements, the first one is to address all of the unleased owners, and they're all essentially the same. The second one is with a company called Wenzel that is a lessee under a lease, and that was the specific JOA sent to that party, so that's why it's being adopted separately. So that's what the explanation for the 2. They're essentially materially identical. It's just that the one went specifically to Wenzel, and so that's the one that we need to adopt with them. Other than that, we again thank Mr. Baza for his time and effort in serving as a hearing examiner. All statutory regulatory requirements were satisfied, and we would ask that the board enter the findings of fact, conclusion of law and order as proposed by Mr. Baza and approved.
Thank you. Board, do you have comments or questions? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve the request for agency action as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. We'll sign the order.
Thank you.
All right. We are moving on to docket item number 6. Docket number 2025-016, cause number 132-73. In the matter of the request for agency action of Oventive USA, Inc. for an order modifying the board's order entered in cause 139-118 to declare certain parties as non-consenting owners in the ranch 15-10-3-3-2W-MW and Ute Tribal 14-10-3-3-2-2W-MW wells in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations, composed of sections 3 and 10, 3 south, 2 west, USM. Appearance of counsel.
Fred McDonald of Counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner Oventive USA, Inc.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Assistant Attorney General Gary White. I acted as the hearing examiner in this proceeding, and I would note with some sadness that I was not assigned counsel. Would you like?
Oh, please, I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to commence.
Okay, I'll start. I'm sorry. Madam Chair, members of the board, hearing examiner proceeding was conducted in this matter on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. The proceeding was held here in this building with an anchor position. No member of the public nor any party opposed the request for agency action. During the proceeding, we had various sworn declarations and exhibits that were admitted into evidence. Additionally, we had live testimony from hybrid fact and expert witnesses from Oventive. The Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining and I had an opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses that were presented on behalf of Oventive. After reviewing the request, the sworn declarations, and the admitted exhibits, and hearing the live testimony presented at the hearing, I found and recommend the following. First, Oventive provided sufficient and adequate notice of opportunity to the parties it was seeking to compulsory pool, and proper notice for the hearing examiner proceeding was also provided. Second, those owners failed to timely participate and should therefore be considered non-consenting parties. Third, the proposed JOA includes terms that are just and reasonable, and it should therefore be adopted to govern the future dealings between the parties. Fourth, the 300% non-consent penalty appears fair and justified given the economics and geological conditions presented in connection with the drilling of these wells. I therefore recommend that the 300% non-consent penalty be imposed as requested. And finally, Oventive has met its burden of proof and otherwise satisfied the legal requirements to compulsory pool the non-consenting parties. Oventive timely prepared proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and an order granting the request for agency action. Both the division and I reviewed and approved the proposed order with minor edits. And then this morning, I executed the proposed order and provided that to the board's legal assistant for your review. So it should now be ready for your execution, pending any questions.
Thank you. Division.
Thank you. Yeah, again, the division is in agreement with Mr. White's recommendations and just confirms that we continue to have no opposition to this request.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, if the board has any questions, Mr. Deal and Mr. Wall are available virtually if you have any questions. Otherwise, again, we thank Mr. White for serving as hearing examiner in this matter, even though he didn't have counsel. I will be available at any time. Otherwise, again, we believe that we have met all the statutory and regulatory requirements and ask that the board enter the order as approved by Mr. White as the hearing examiner.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions?
Can we entertain a motion?
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the request for agency action as presented by the hearing examiner.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please note it was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board.
We have one more hearing examiner matter. Are you ready, Mr. Mayo? Okay. Docket number 2025-008, cause number 132-70, in the matter of the request for agency action of Ovintiv USA, Inc. for an order pooling interests, including the compulsory pooling of interests of certain non-consenting owners in the Mamie, Utah 4-25, 3-3-25-36-46-46H well identified herein, in the drilling unit established for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch formations in sections 2526, 3 South, 3 West, USM. This is another one that we heard at the January hearing, but we were unable to sign the order due to a publishing error. And so I don't think we need to do any motions or anything if there's been no information. Mr. Mayo?
I can confirm, Mitch Mayo, on behalf of the petitioner Ovintiv USA, I can confirm that I have received no contact, opposition, protest from anyone. I'd love to hear if the division has received any, though.
Yeah, the division is not aware of any comments that have been received subsequent.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and sign the order for you.
Thank you.
At this point, we have the presenters for docket item number 11 need to leave early afternoon. So we're going to move them up and will be the next matter heard. We're going to take a short lunch before we start. We'll take a half-hour lunch and be back at 12:25.
If that's sufficient for the board, we're happy to adjust, but we appreciate that accommodation.
Yeah, no problem. I think we can do it.
Okay.
So we are going to adjourn until 12:25. Thank you.
Thank you.
1.
We're back on the record for the afternoon session here, and we're moving on to what used to be item 11, now is item 8. It's docket number 2025-014, cause number 130-39. In the matter of the request for SM Energy Company for an order 1, amending the board's order in cause numbers 139-153, 139-154, 139-163, 139-169, and 600-04 to make uniform the production setbacks for the units already established on the lands at issue, and 2, establishing 4 overlapping 1920 DSUs and 4 overlapping 3840 acre WDSUs, and 1 overlapping 4-mile 2,560 acre DSU, each for the production of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the lower Green River Wasatch Colton formations in sections 1 through 3, 10 through 12, 15 through 13 through 15, and 22 through 24, Township 2 South, 2 West, USM, Duchesne County. Mr. Mayo, appearance of counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mitch Mayo of Lear & Lear PLLC on behalf of the petitioner, SM Energy Company. And the witnesses are here with me today.
Thank you. Division.
Yeah, Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm also joined by Peter Pankey and Colton Goodridge with the division.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try and truncate some of my usual presentation on my end to allow more time to examine the witnesses and the evidence here today. But I just wanted to note, SM is relatively new in the basin, having just taken over operations for both XCL Resources and for Altamont Energy Operating. And the request before you today kind of deals with that overlapped area between those two operators. With me today in person to testify is Mr. Rick Harris. Stand up, Rick. Regional Land Manager for Utah for SM Energy, Miss Katie Ross. And Miss Ross is the Asset Geology Manager for Utah. She may correct me on her job title, but that's as I understand it. And Mr. Brad Peterson is also here. He's the Utah Region Asset Manager for SM Energy. Could we please have these witnesses sworn in at this time?
Yes. Let's swear them all in at the same time.
Okay, please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayo, do you have any exhibits with this?
I do.
Okay.
Have you not received those, Madam Chair?
I don't have a packet for them. Hang on just a second. Maybe this is it.
Sounds like
Okay.
a blue folder, maybe.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you. I don't have them. Julianne, I don't have the check-in sheet for exhibits. Thank you. I believe we're ready to begin.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that and for swearing the witnesses in. Each of the resumes of these witnesses have been submitted collectively as Petitioner's Exhibit 1. If asked separately about the contents, they would confirm the truth and accuracy of those resumes. Mr. Harris, sitting next to me, and Mr. Peterson have both been qualified as experts in their respective fields by this board just last month. And with presumed stipulation of board and division counsel, I'd like to move for them to be accepted as experts in their respective fields. Mr. Harris, Petroleum Land Management, Mr. Peterson, Reservoir Petroleum Engineering, for purposes of this cause.
So accepted.
Okay. This is Ms. Ross's first appearance before the board, so I will attempt to qualify her as an expert in geology during her testimony.
Thank you.
And in keeping with board preference, I'll move for admission of exhibits at the end of our case in chief.
Thank you.
In October of last year, SM Energy acquired some big assets here in Utah, those owned by XCL and Altamont Energy, as discussed earlier. SM is before you today with its first request to refine the spacing on the asset it operates. And the request before you today is that. It is a refinement, but it is also an innovation, and we're going to talk about that. It's broken up into 4 parts. As Madam Chair mentioned, there are several orders that need to be modified as part of this, and that's a function of the fact that this is the overlapping area between 2 operators, both pursuing orders as they needed and saw fit. So there's several orders to address, but the relief is very consistent. The current spacing orders collectively establish various overlapping drilling units on the lands at issue. Vertical wells, 1-mile wells, 2-mile wells, and even 3-mile wells are allowed on the remaining sections of 2 South, 2 West. I guess the short point is optionality is really the key out here to developing in a way that maximizes production. In addition, relevant to this cause, the current spacing orders establish 100-foot heel-toe protection setbacks on all producing horizontal wells within these sections. Outside of these sections. In 2 South, 2 West, every unit approved is subject to 100-foot heel-toe production setbacks with rare exceptions that will be discussed here today. Granting the relief requested will complete that 100-foot heel-toe setback production for 2 South, 2 West. The request before you is big, and it's full of lots of information, and as Miss Garrison noted in her introduction, it's even hard to say some of the terms. We're going to talk about that a little bit, and I put together a couple of exhibits that are not evidence. These are prepared by counsel to try and assist the board in understanding what's going on. These terms have kind of developed over time through an iterative process of board counsel, division counsel, and counsel for various petitioners. But if there are any questions about the units, the naming, or what actually we're talking about, just pause us at any moment. We can go back and make sure we're all on the same page here. Briefly, I want to hit on, we've talked about this is a big request with lots of information, but it's fairly simple, and I'm going to step you through what we're asking specifically for you to do here today. First, part 1. The most simple and most readily seen by this board of the requests is amending the current orders just to allow for that 100-foot heel-toe production setback. This is, as I said, fairly routine and will make the heel-toe production setbacks consistent across 2 South, 2 West. The second and third parts are kind of correlated in my mind. That's establishing the 4 overlapping stand-up 3-mile drilling units and the corresponding 3-mile section line wells, boundary line wells, or as the board has come to know them, drilling unit boundary well. And part 4 is the innovation, the new one. And this is what we'll spend a little bit of time on here today. Essentially, SM is requesting a 4-mile unit. They bring a wealth of experience from other operations in other states, and they're excited to see how they can leverage that to develop the assets they've just acquired here in the Uinta Basin. To clarify a couple things, approval of any of this request, it will allow for drilling longer laterals. There will be between 3 and 4 mile laterals drilled if this request is approved, and it will leverage SM's experience. But what it won't do is it won't change the allocation of any wells that have been drilled or any wells that have been drilled and have yet to be completed. This is simply for prospective drilling and planning purposes. Before I start with testimony, I'd like to quickly note the board has jurisdiction over this cause pursuant to 40-6-5 and 40-6-6. Notice was provided as required to all interested parties, all relevant governmental agencies, and to the necessary offset operators. Each of these mailings was sent either to the address provided by the governmental agency or the last known addresses of record as found in the Office of the Duchesne County Recorder. In addition, notice was published in this cause in the Salt Lake Tribune on February 2nd and the Uinta Basin Standard on the 5th of 2025. And final note, no one filed a protest or objection in this cause, and so we assume, therefore, their tacit support for what's being asked here. With that, and no questions before I begin, I'll start with my examination of Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, can you please start by stating your name and your business address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Rick Harris. Business address, I work for SM Energy as a regional land manager, and business address is 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 3200 in Denver, Colorado, 80203.
Okay, and you just said you're the regional land manager, correct?
Yes, for Utah.
Okay, in that role, I'm assuming that gives you some supervisory role over the land records associated?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and can you please provide corporate and bonding status for SM?
Yeah, SM is a Delaware corporation. We're in good standing with our principal place of business in Denver, Colorado. We are fully bonded with all the relevant state, federal, Indian agencies to operate in the state of Utah.
Perfect, thank you. And anything you want to add about who SM is, how you got in the basin, or kind of plans before we jump into the exhibits?
Sure. So yeah, SM Energy, as Mitch said earlier, acquired the interests of XCL Asset Company and Altamont Energy effective October 1st, 2024. SM Energy's been in business for over 100 years. I think in our town hall meeting that we had last week, it was 117 years that they said. SM's operated throughout the whole continental United States, but in the last decade, we've kind of focused our operations in the state of Texas. And until last October, we're really excited to be in the state of Utah and bring some of the expertise that we've learned there with our technical team to develop longer lateral wells in the state.
Perfect, that's really helpful. I'd just like to remind everyone that Mr. Harris will be testifying as an expert, a mixed fact and expert witness here in this cause. You know, before we start, I'm going to have you look at a couple exhibits that were filed as exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
And were they prepared by you or by SM personnel or staff under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 1. The board's well accustomed to seeing these. Tell them where we are and what.
So the lands we're talking about today are located in Township 2 South, Range 2 West in Duchesne County, Utah. It's just west of Roosevelt, about 3 miles west of the town of Roosevelt.
Okay. Exhibit 4. I'm actually going to have you talk about exhibits 4 and 5 together, and hopefully it'll make a lot of sense here really quickly. Can you talk through what these, clearly these are going to the heel-toe setback reduction. Can you talk through briefly what they show?
For sure. There's a lot of colors and a lot of boxes on this one. So this one took me a while to get used to as well, but it shows all the spacing orders on the right, which establish the 100-foot heel-toe setbacks throughout 2 South, 2 West, that township, except in the purple box that's in the upper northeast east side of that. That's where we do not currently have 100-foot heel-toe setbacks. And it shows the all those units are the stand-up 1280 2-mile spacing units.
Okay. And I'm assuming similar for exhibit 5?
This is the exact same thing, except this shows our lease line wells and the 2 causes that allowed us, that our predecessor put in place to allow for lease line development with 100-foot heel-toe setbacks, again, except in that purple box. So basically what we're asking for is to have that entire township treated as the same with 100-foot heel-toe setbacks.
Okay.
The whole township except 2 sections.
Thank you for that. So I guess to sum up, the purple boxes, those are the units for which SM's asking to have the setbacks reduced.
That is correct.
Okay. Turning to exhibits 6 and 7, and we'll probably discuss these together. Can you tell the board what exhibit 6 shows and what exhibit 7 shows?
Yeah. Excuse me. Exhibit 6 shows the 3-mile unit that our predecessor put together in cause 130-31. So this just allows for the 3-mile development throughout the township.
Okay.
And then Exhibit 7 is the remaining parts of the township that didn't have 3-mile laterals spaced that we'd like to space today.
Okay. So is it fair to say that if approved here today, essentially all of 2 South, 2 West would be spaced for 3-mile well development?
All except sections 25 and 36.
Okay, I see those down in the bottom right corner there. Why aren't those included, or why did SM not include those in the spacing?
SM Energy is not the operator of those 2 sections. Those are operated by Elvin of now 4 Point. So they'll have to come and do that one.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So every section of land that SM operates in 2 South, 2 West, if approved here today, will be spaced for 3-mile wells.
That is correct. That's what we're asking for today.
Now turning to Exhibits 8 and 9. There's Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9. Is it fair to assume that this is similar to 6 and 7?
This is the exact same as 6 and 7, except it shows the lease line 3840 spacing. Has a couple more colors than the other ones as well, but that's just showing the lease line, and that we're trying to get the lease line allowance in the northeast part on Exhibit 9.
Okay. So same follow-up question. If approved here today, all of 2 South, 2 West, minus those 2 sections down there that aren't operated, will be spaced for 3-mile development, including section line wells.
That is correct.
Finally, Exhibit 10. I'm going to turn you to Exhibit 10 up on the screen. Can you please tell the board what this shows?
So this is the first that SM's done. Well, this is our first spacing hearing in general, but this is we're asking for a 4-mile spacing unit covering sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, and 2 South, 2 West.
Okay. Well, I'll save those questions. Does SM chose not to do this as a pilot order, and the board division may be aware of the existence of pilot orders. Typically, when I see a pilot order not being pursued, I anticipate that this is something that will be requested again. Do you anticipate SM coming back in and seeking additional 4-mile units?
Yes, we will be asking for some additional 4-milers in the next few months. This particular unit we're hoping to develop later this fall, so we wanted to get a jump start on that and make sure it's even feasible to drill 4 miles in the basin, as it hasn't been done yet. As far as I know.
As far as I know as well. Before I let you sit down, I just got to ask you a couple questions about notice.
Sure.
Who was noticed? How did you determine the list of names of people you notified of the request for agency?
So we were able to utilize the title opinions that our predecessor had updated, both Altamont and XCL. We used our currently producing revenue decks that surrounded the areas that we're asking for today, and did updates as necessary to make sure we get an adequate notice list.
Okay. And are you aware of, have you seen what's been filed as the certificate of mailing in this cause?
Yes.
And have you looked at the names that are on that list?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that list constitutes the full list of parties entitled to notice in this cause?
Yes.
Okay. Sum up question for you here. In consideration of the exhibits you've testified about 3 through 10, do you believe that the request here today is a reasonable balance of the need to prevent waste, maximize resource recovery while still protecting correlative rights?
Yes.
I don't have anything further for Mr. Harris, and depending on board or division's preference, sometimes in these we do questions after each witness, sometimes we wait until the end.
Let's see if we have any questions. Mr. Moon?
Yeah, go to Exhibit 6. So XCL spaced, they didn't start at the top of the township, they dropped down a section.
Gordon, will you turn your mic on?
Sure. So XCL, why did they not start at the township? And because I see there's a lot of permits that are in that those blue boxes. Have those been drilled, those 3-milers? Because this request moves everything and clears that up, right? Takes in the full township.
Well,
the
maybe-
top 3 sections and the next 3 sections?
Since Mr. Harris wasn't here last summer and I was, I probably have a better chance at giving the first answer to this. But to be clear, that top row isn't excluded. They are included in 3 mile wells. And part of the difficulty in last summer's hearing was explaining to everyone that, for example, section 19 is a part of 2 different 3 mile units, and it's part of a 2 mile unit, and it's part of a 6 section, and it's part of a lot of different options. But essentially, the short answer is XCL developed heavily, and that bottom row, 30, 31, 29, 32, those have a fair amount of development that they had to navigate. And so to put a 3 mile well in where 2 miles had already developed, didn't make sense. And so what they did was they established these overlapping 3 mile units that allow them to target the different formations depending on how they've developed a particular unit. So that top row is included currently in 3 mile units, but it's not necessarily, I guess, where they're drilling if you're saying permits have been put in. That's the kind of backstory position, but I don't know if Mr. Harris has anything to add or anything. No, perfectly adequate answer.
I think that was a great answer.
So,
but I will say that the reason that we're asking for the new stuff is Altamont owned it somewhere in there. And so the reason that those sections probably weren't originally spaced last summer was because SM was able to buy both the companies, and that's why we needed to fill out the township today.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So there's a lot of current permits in like 7, 18, and 19, 8, 17, and 20, the blue.
Yes.
Are those going to be adjusted up to catch those top sections, or you'll go ahead and drill those as they are?
The current plan is to drill the permits that we have, but there's additional benches that will hit those top sections at our further development, and we're still kind of new to the area and looking at that, but our plan will be hopefully to develop the entire resource in all the sections. That's why we're asking for so much flexibility in these overlapping spacing units so we can do just that.
Well, and I think the unfortunate thing, Mr. Moon, and you'll hear about this from the other 2 witnesses, right, is XCL, as much as they really invested in operations and made some significant gains, they didn't have the same 115 years of experience developing in other basins, the same drilling of dozens of 4 mile wells to draw from. And so I think the short answer is every company has different needs at different times. And what XCL realized was they'd heavily developed some of the more prolific benches with 2 mile wells, but if they did them all with 3 mile wells, everyone would benefit. And so you can't really undo that production. You have to kind of make do. And so what this is it's the best approach, at least according to last summer's hearing, the best approach to make sure that all those sections of land get drilled in the most economic way possible.
Okay, that makes sense. Because in the future, do we ever do, it's more of a question for Mr. Mayo, do we ever do drilling units across township lines? We do.
We can, certainly.
Yeah.
There's not as far as I know, there's no concern with that whatsoever. It's a fictional line, just like a section line in a sense. But I believe the real issue is ownership, right? I think on one side of the township in this particular area is Crescent and is SM. So it's probably some sort of either a trade or a collaborative agreement that would make that development. But I think Mr. Peterson can talk about that a little more in his
Okay, thank you.
Board, do you have any, Mr. Walker?
Okay, so effectively what you're going to do then is you're going to get rid of all the blue, red, all the different color lines, with the exception of section 25 and 36.
That's exactly right.
So you have flexibility to decide what's the best development.
For sure. And the reason that those colors were there is there were multiple spacing orders that issued them, and so that's why we color coded it. But the clearest way is if we get this approved today, that whole township's going to be the exact same except the 1 4 mile unit that we're trying to get to today.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Board, do you have any other questions?
Yes,
Mr. Church?
Mr. Harris. So on the 4 mile unit, if you're not successful in extending the lateral out the entire 4 miles, will it, say you go out 3 miles and you cannot go any further, or will then that well that goes to 3 miles, will that still involve the 4th section that was not penetrated with the horizontal well? as far as sharing the revenue?
We'll have to approach that at the time. So if we permit it as a 4 mile, we're gonna try to drill the 4 mile, and if you scrape it, it's gonna be pooled that way, and they will share in the ownership as a total. But if in the event that something happens during drilling, that we do not cross that line, we're gonna have to look at that and think hard about what to do there to make it fair for all parties involved. Because you could make an argument on either side, right? That they'd want a piece of that, and then the guys that you drilled through would say, well, wait a minute, why is this guy getting our share? So we would definitely take a look at that and do whatever we need to regulatory-wise to make it fair for all parties.
Thank you.
Board, do you have any other questions? Okay, moving on, Mr. Mayo.
Sorry, the division has a couple
Oh,
questions.
I'm sorry. I keep
We-
trying
we
to
are
move
here.
this along.
Yes, thank you.
Airplanes to catch.
Yeah. Just a couple questions on notice for Mr. Harris. We talked about notice. Mr. Chief, could you bring up Exhibit 5, please? And maybe we touch on this. So could you tell me, within this area we're concerned about right now, what approximately is SM's ownership within this area?
So when SM purchased the interest from XCL and Altamont, we brought in a non-op partner, the 20%, so we share at 80-20. And most of these units, we're really close to that 80%, 78, 77.
Okay, so 80%. And then, so I think Mr. Mayor touched on this, but so to the north of the blue line, who's the majority operator up that direction?
Altamont owned a lot of that stuff up to the north, and when they don't, it's Crescent.
Do you know, the question he's probably getting at, do you know if these two sections?
I wish I had my bigger map. I could definitely get that. I don't want to say and be wrong.
Okay, and I don't need specific numbers. My question, what I'd just like for the record, are you aware that the parties that are in that, the operators in that area, were they noticed for this
Yes.
request? And have you
For sure.
Have you heard any response back from these parties?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board, do you have any further questions for this witness? Thanks. You're good to go. Moving on, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Miss Katie Ross will be my next witness. This is Miss Ross's first time testifying before the board, so I'm going to introduce her, and then we'll do a little qualification. Ms. Ross, could you please state your name and confirm your business address for the record?
Yes, Katie Ross. I work for SM Energy, 1700 Lincoln Street, Denver, Colorado, 80203, Suite 3200.
Okay. And did I mess up your job title? What is
No.
your position?
I'm Asset Geo Manager for Utah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, I'm assuming that in that role, you exercise a supervisory role over the records associated with the lands here today?
Yes.
Okay. Now it's probably time to qualify you. Instead of asking questions, I'd like to just give you a chance to explain your expertise. Can you hit on some education, work experience, experiences in similar basins, whatever it is you think qualifies you as an expert?
Absolutely. Did my undergrad at Texas Tech University in West Texas. Go Red Raiders. Did my master's at Oklahoma State. I focused on a thesis there that was on continental environments, which is very applicable to what I'm learning and re-dusting off for the Utah assets and lacustrine system that we have here. I started professionally with SM, and I've only ever worked with SM my whole career. I started in an intern in Billings, Montana, briefly did the DJ Basin. That was my first exposure to the Niobrara, some marls and chalks. Then spent about 3.5 years in Midland. Got to see the transition from Wolfberry vertical style play to the unconventional Wolf Camp and Sprayberry plays. So very familiar with these tight rocks where you just can't have them naturally flow. You need to hydraulically stimulate them to get any hydrocarbons to the surface. And then for the past 10 years, I transferred to the Houston, Texas office with SM and worked with the Eagleford Cretaceous aged rocks and the Austin chalk sitting on top of that. So again, a very prolific source rock where you have to do the same thing, extract hydrocarbons by hydraulically stimulating it, and then also working a rock right on top of it that's likely charged from the prolific source rock of the Eagleford. And now, since I guess about November, I have been working the Utah assets, and recently, last week, just went to the UGS core facility and got to see all the rocks that we have at our disposal. And I'm pretty excited to scale all that up, because most of my career is scaling things that you can't see at the core level and bringing them into the log space and to the seismic space, and then try to predict well performance. So that's what I've been doing now for about 14 years in some capacity.
Great. I have no further questions, but it's probably great for the board and division to have a chance to ask questions of Ms. Ross.
Division, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, we reviewed her resume. The Oklahoma Sooner and me would talk about the Oklahoma State, but it's all good. We're okay with her being an expert witness. Yeah.
Thanks.
Board, do you have any questions for this witness? She's accepted.
As an expert?
As an expert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ross, I'm going to jump into your exhibits. Before I start asking you specifics about them, I'll have you authenticate them for us if you would. Exhibits 11, 12, 13, and Exhibit 25, which I've reordered so that it makes sense here for this presentation. Do you recognize those 4 exhibits?
Yes, sir, I do.
And was each of those prepared by you or by SM personnel or staff under your direction or supervision?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 11, the board has seen numerous type logs. Can you walk them through what's different about this or unique, and what it is you want them to see about this?
Yeah, so this type log, the bottom track, that's gamma ray. So that's really a critical tool for us to understand lithology. So you can think about those blues and yellow colors on the bottom as typically coarser grained or larger grains. And when you see the black streaks or the grays, that's typically finer grains. So that's when you get to your more source rock materials, clays, silts, finer material like that. And then the top track where you see resistivity in color field in green, that's typically a tool that we use to identify fluids, organics, or hydrocarbons indicator there. Moving from left to right, you have the Uinta, Upper Green River, Lower Green River, Wasatch, and Flagstaff. And on the very bottom of this, you also have key formations called out. So starting from Uinta again through the Mahogany, Douglas Creek, Carb Marker, Castle Peak, Uteland Butte, Wasatch, Flagstaff, all the way to the North Horn. I think what's kind of unique about this that we use internally, this is a composite log. So we used 3 different pilots that we then stitched together, the Bobby, the Rooster, which is an SWD well, and the Lamp, where we have the most reliable log coverage. And that's what we use internally to understand our system, and we think it's appropriate looking across the lands, and in particular this 4-mile DSU that we're talking about today.
Okay. That's very helpful. Switching to exhibits 12 and 13, and we'll talk about these together as well. These are the 2 cross sections. The board is very familiar with these as well, but can you walk through and tell them what about them is unique or interesting or helps, maybe address even what Mr. Moon was asking a moment ago about including that top row of sections?
Yeah, so this cross-section, A to A prime, is moving west to east across our lands. I think the biggest takeaway you could have from here is that it's very continuous, whether you're looking in the first track with the gamma ray, with the yellows and greens and grays. The second track is resistivity, now highlighted in red, greater than 15 ohms. And then that final third track where you see the green and the blue pointing towards one another is bulk volume oil in green and bulk volume water in blue. And I think the biggest takeaway from this is that it's pretty consistent as you move west to east. I'd like to probably spend more time on the next exhibit. This is a cross-section moving south to north. This is where you can see even in the inset map, it's a quality map there, that you do see quite a bit of change as you move from the south to the north. But in particular, if you look in the cross-section in that far right, is it the Hamblin, yeah. Hamblin pilot, you'll notice that green track definitely dissipates, looks more spiky, and grades a little bit more what we would say untested, and we don't have a lot of tests there, so the quality degrades going to the north. So that's definitely the impetus for this conversation today. Why we want to extend our laterals too is we can still effectively get that resource versus doing a different orientation where maybe it would be less economic for us as an operator and for the mineral interest owners too.
Okay, and I'd just like to confirm with you, is this, I mean, I'm assuming to scale isn't necessary to confirm, but these blue boxes, is that the 3 mile units that are requested?
Correct.
And the 4 mile unit is this red one. And you kind of hit on it. It shows that just capturing that last section there of the township that you can.
Correct.
Exhibit 25.
Yeah.
Can you tell the board about the optimum orientation and how it impacts, especially the heel toe setbacks requested?
Yeah, so XCL, I think, did a wonderful job bringing this data before y'all in the past. We've been very fortunate to retain some of the geologists on staff that helped generated this data. I myself have looked at some of this data, and we are constantly updating it, and it'll evolve as we move north. But by and large, there's nothing in the SH Max data on our lands that would tell us that the setbacks would need to be beyond the 100 feet that we're requesting today for heel to toe.
And you mean beyond, you mean farther away?
Correct.
100. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let me make sure I have asked what I need to here. Perfect. Is it your expert opinion, Ms. Ross, that in consideration of exhibits 11 through 13 and 25 that you just discussed, that the request here today, including the multiple overlapping units, is the best approach to maximize resource recovery, prevent waste, and protect correlative rights?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No further questions for Ms. Ross pending division and board questioning?
Division, do you have questions?
No, the division has no questions for Mr. Ross.
Board, do you have questions? Seeing none.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay, so the section of interest is right dead center here. And so the stress orientation is pretty much north-south there?
East, more or less east-west.
Okay, so
So we would be drilling perpendicular to the
Okay,
SH
I'm
Max,
sorry,
which is
yeah,
the idealized
yeah,
for
all
the
right.
most effective frac stimulation. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, there's the, okay, gotcha.
Sorry, we should have outlined it here where the land
Yeah,
are. But
yeah,
Apologies.
it's section right dead center, and the northern half of that is somewhat undeveloped at this point.
Correct.
That's right. And that's why the need for those 3 miles that overlap depending on,
Yeah.
on where.
Board, any further questions? I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, stick around, but you're done for now. With me next is Mr. Brad Peterson. Now that I've ruined the punchline, can you state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah, Brad Peterson. I too work at 1700 Lincoln Street in Denver, Colorado, Suite 3200, 80203.
Okay, and what is your job title and responsibilities generally under that title?
Yeah, I'm the Utah Asset Manager. I'm responsible for all development planning for the SM's Utah business unit.
Okay. And I'm assuming with that role, you exercise a supervisory role over the records that are at issue here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to remind the board that Mr. Peterson is testifying as an expert witness here today. You talked about exhibits, the exhibits I'm going to ask you about are exhibits 14 through 24. And I'm going to quickly flip through those on the screen. We'll get back to details on each of them. 23, 24, and exhibits 26 and 27. Now, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And was each of those exhibits prepared by you or by SM personnel or contractors under your division or supervision?
Yes.
I meant direction. I apologize. Let's start with exhibits 14 to 16. I'm going to try and break these up into bunches. 14 to 16. Help me explain what on these exhibits you want the board to know and direct me where to jump around here if it helps.
All right, I guess starting at this exhibit, what you can see is in November of this year, we will be starting drilling on the Sandlot unit that we're talking about today. We're currently and we will drill that unit out with 3 rigs. We have 3 rigs. As Mr. Moon mentioned, he sees all the permits and all the activity in that second row. We'll be just drilling across that second row over to the Sandlot unit. So we've been starting all our internal planning, working through all our design work
Can I break in for 1 second? Just to be clear, I don't know if anyone knows it as the Sandlot unit. Are you talking about the 4 Mile unit that Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
So we've been doing a lot of work on the planning side, working with the drilling teams as well as the completions teams on the designs to be able to execute the long laterals, as well as working surface locations for the 2 or the 3 pads that we will be planning to drill the unit off of. Once we've got all that nailed down, and we'll be permitting the wells. Permitting takes about 3 to 4 months, and then after we're able to get the permits in hand, we'll construct the surface, set conductors, and then go ahead and drill the locations. After that, we'll complete it, build facilities, and get them online. So as you can see by this timeline, this development for these 9 wells takes from planning through execution and online close to 20 months. And we are asking for both the 3 and 4 mile laterals as we are looking through all and doing all the design work with the completions and drilling team to make sure that we're successful in execution. So that's why we're doing those in parallel.
That's really helpful. So essentially 18 to 20 months from we want to drill this well to bringing it online under these longer wells.
Yes.
Okay. Anything you want to talk about in particular about exhibits 15 or 16?
Yeah, at a high level, you can see the production growth there. The one thing I really want to key into is our plan for this year. We just released in the last 2 weeks. We will be continuing with 3 drilling rigs in the Uinta Basin for the entirety of the year, as well as we'll have 1 continuous frac crew going. So we will be working with the entire team to try to keep out in front of this, and we will be looking at various options and optionalities with that pace of development. It'll take a lot to keep out in front of it. As you can see by this plot, XCL did an excellent job ramping up production. We intend to continue to grow the asset and be very active in the asset, and we plan to continue to work development plans to keep out in front of that.
Okay, so it's really the expansion of lateral horizontal development that's led to this increase in production.
Yes.
Okay, and can you talk about some of the first 15K or 3 mile wells that XCL and SM have drilled?
Yeah, so this next slide highlights the first 3 wells, 15,000 footers that XCL and SM drilled in the Uinta Basin. As you can see by these plots, it's really depths versus days from spud. What you want to see is pretty much down and to the right, no big flat lines, and continuing to make total depth, with no flat problems. What you can see in all these plots, even though that we used 3 different designs that we were testing out to see which would be the best for this basin, you can see that they successfully drilled in 21 to 26 days. No major issues on completions or drilling, and all 3 of these wells have recently been put on production.
Okay.
The next set of slides are really going to go into kind of SM's history of long lateral execution. And as I mentioned last month, I've been working the Midland Basin for the last 8 years. Over the last 8 years, we've seen the same thing that we're seeing now. A lot of the operators go into longer laterals due to the efficiencies on execution. And what you can see is there's close to 1,800 wells over 14,000 foot laterals in the Midland Basin alone. The top right chart really shows year over year that ramp up of longer laterals. And it went from pretty much none before 2017 to over 500 in the last full year in 2023. I like to mention that gray bar there is only partial year, so that shows a drop off, but it's due to only being part of the year through October. The other thing that I will mention too is the Midland Basin is very mature. And so there's a lot of wells already out there. So you're drilling acreage positions in between, existing laterals. I would think if it was earlier on in the development that this transition would have been even more extreme because you just don't have large chunks of acreage there that you're able to line up and drill the longer laterals. Last couple things I'll point out on this slide is the bottom right plot really shows the ranking of the top operators of drilling longer laterals. What you can see is SM Energy is number 3 in the entire basin, with only Exxon and Diamondback being drilled more long laterals than SM Energy, and we've done that. We've even done more long laterals than some of the other big majors, as is ConocoPhillips, Apache, as well as Oventive that you can see there.
Okay. And hit on this.
Yeah.
I know
so at the time that we did make these slides, SM had drilled the longest well in the Midland Basin, just over 4 miles. And what you can see is really the longest laterals that SM's drilled in the 17,000 to just over 21,000 feet. Again, getting back to you get to a point where you're far enough down the line on your development plans. We would have done more longer wells, but we had just limitations to the remaining acreage. This next slide really shows it's this public information, but really the number of existing 3-mile laterals that are currently been drilled. That number is getting over 4,500 wells across most of the basins that are being drilled in the U.S., with a large proportion of those in Appalachia, as well as the Midland Basin. So what we've seen is just a really, they are common and becoming more common each day.
Okay.
This next slide focuses on the 4-mile laterals. And so over time, this is becoming more and more wells being drilled that are 4 miles or longer. The one thing that I will note on this slide is all the public data lags depend on the state, depend on the area, 2 to 4 months. So I do show the 4 wells that we drilled in the Midland Basin there, but on the plot on the right, it only shows 1. So that's just due to the lag in public data versus kind of internal data for everyone. But bottom line, there are over 240 long lateral 4-mile wells that have been developed across the U.S.
Okay. So essentially, 3-mile wells are becoming very commonplace. 4-mile wells even are starting to become more normal.
Yes, and I will also state that I've heard of some operators looking at 5-mile laterals in the Permian Basin as well.
It's not something we're going to have to deal with here anytime soon.
No, I think we're, like, with our current acreage position and the wells that have been drilled, like we talked about, there's 2-mile wells. It's 6 miles wide. We're really looking at options for 4 miles right now.
Okay. So technically may be feasible, but for this asset, it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Exhibits, let me make sure we're talking about these in order. Exhibits 20 through 23 we'll also kind of talk about here in a bunch, and I'm going to try and briefly talk through this. The board is aware of a little bit of this, but high level, help the board understand between these two slides why it is that requesting a longer lateral makes sense.
Yeah, so really at a high level, we have some fixed costs, and the fixed costs are the vertical lateral, or vertical well before we start kicking off on a lateral. So no matter what lateral length we drill, that's a fixed cost. We also have to put in production equipment as well as facilities for these wells, and then long term we need to operate the wells. So the expense to operate the wells month over month for the entire life of the asset. There is a variable and a fixed expense, but really the fixed part of the expense is constant too. So really those are the drivers behind making the longer laterals more efficient and more economic.
Okay.
And this next slide really just shows this in a little more detail, just getting it to cost per foot. What you can see in the chart there is cost per foot for a 1 mile lateral is roughly $1,100 per foot. You see that drop down to at 2 miles and 3 miles, with the 4 mile estimate for the basin being just over $600 per foot, which is significant efficiency for lengthening the lateral footage.
Okay. And I'm assuming the lateral length and the better economics help you develop more sections of land.
Yeah, so what it does is it gives us a lot more flexibility through commodity price swings, as well as it's more resilient for different landing zones have different barrels per foot, and it opens up more optionality for further development of the acreage. So this plot is really lateral length. You can see that on the left side there, and then barrels per foot recovered. And really it's a range of, and what you can see is as you go to longer laterals, you're able to develop lower tier or not as robust, I guess it would be zones or acreage. So both those things would come into account, and you're able to bring those lower quality resources that would be uneconomic at short lateral lengths and extend that to longer lateral lengths.
Okay. And the projected economic impact from all this development?
Yeah, so using just a 500,000 barrel well,
which is not that's a placeholder. That's an estimate.
It's
right?
just a
round number
round
for easy math.
Round number for math. But what you can see is as we extend 10,000 feet to 15 to 20,000 feet, the revenue from tax and royalty increased significantly. And really, this plot doesn't take into account what we just looked on the previous plot. In some instances, the wells will not be economic to develop at the shorter 10,000 foot lateral length. So really that this just shows that it allows for more really more economics for everyone.
Said differently, maybe the more accurate comparison is the 20,000 or 15,000 foot projected revenues and zeros for the 10,000.
Yes, and some zones, some acreage, that is correct.
Unless it's part of a 3 or 4 mile, it
Yes.
won't get developed in some sections. Okay. That's really helpful through 23. It's probably appropriate to talk about your last couple exhibits now, 24, which will kind of address Mr. Moon's question a little bit, and 26 and 27. Exhibit 24 shows a bunch of overlapping units we've kind of hit on, and Ms. Ross talked about a little bit. Tell the board what it is about this and about XCL's development, or the development that's occurred on the asset that kind of is driving this as well.
Yeah, so as you can see here, all those kind of gray sticks, kind of all over the map, are wells. So down below, call it section, I guess it's 25 and 35. You can see that there's existing 10,000-foot laterals that have been drilled by XCL there. So really, what that gives us is the option, and a couple of things. We can drill the 3-mile lateral, or we can drill the 4-mile lateral. But if to get that, and we own some acreage up on the north side of this, but we would either have to, have another stand-up lateral or a lay-down lateral are really the options. So when we initially,
so if you had a 3-mile unit that was 11, 14, and
23,
the only way to produce 2 would be combining it with a section up here or laying it down, neither of which is really that desirable of an option.
That's correct.
Okay.
So really, what we're trying to do with the 4-mile lateral is develop really the entire acreage and resource the most efficient for all stakeholders, and then also it allows us to tie in closer to our infrastructure as well. So really, what this is showing that is the development below us is really kind of leading us more towards the 4-mile lateral option.
Okay. Now, there's always questions, or there's generally some questions about the heel-toe setbacks, especially when we're reducing them to 100 feet. Can you talk, Ms. Ross testified a little bit about it, but can you talk what about this confusing-looking exhibit to someone like me? What about it is interesting and supports 100-foot heel-toe setbacks?
Yeah, so this is, we have a program called ResFrac, and one of our simulation engineers put this together. I work with him on this, but what you can see in the middle track is really an estimated permeability for really all the zones. What you can see is the permeability is variable, very variable, across all the zones. And for this depiction, we looked at simulation model runs in the Uteland Butte and the Wasatch 5 Upper, and which you can see the Uteland Butte is in blue and the Wasatch 5 Uppers in green on the logs. So variable permeability estimated across that zone. And we ran these simulation models and looked at, what is the drainage at kind of that 100 feet at 30 years, which you can see on these plots. And what you can see is we see about a drawdown at that 100 feet of about 1,500 to 2,500 pounds between those two zones based on the differences in permeability. But really, we're drawing the initial pressure down from about 8,000 pounds to 5,500 to 6,500 pounds, and so there is a little bit of drainage at the 100 feet in the higher perm zones, but there is significant resource that is left behind with that 100-foot, being 100 foot off the section line. If it wasn't reduced to this, there would be significant more resource that would be left behind, not developed.
Okay. So after 30 years, SM anticipates there will be some drainage after 30 years, but there will be significant resource left if not approved.
Yes.
Okay. Does that match up with what the division is used to seeing, the Hale and Evers calculation, and how does that support the request as well?
Yeah, so this is the Hale and Evers calculation for the average permeability with our updated geological properties. And what you can see from the plot there, it estimates about 98 feet with kind of 2 feet kind of overlap. So I think that these estimates, this being kind of the average perm, line up fairly similar to what our simulation model is showing, and really showing that we need to have the 100-foot step back, or setbacks from those lines to try to ensure that we develop the resource in between our DSUs.
And maybe said differently, would it be true that if the heel-toe setbacks weren't reduced here, we'd essentially be calcifying 230 feet of wasted resource?
Yes.
Okay. conclusion question for you, in your expert opinion, do you believe that the request here today adequately balances the maximization of resource recovery, the prevention of wastes, and the protection of correlative rights?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the division or board for this witness?
Division.
Yeah, let's just stay on this exhibit right here. Mr. Peterson, this is the exhibit that caused the division just to have a little bit more curiosity as to this request than we normally do. And maybe you can answer some of these questions here. So we're looking at this, we're looking at time. You indicated you guys ran this 861 days for your model here, and we're 2 feet away from essentially the unit line. Generally, when we get requests like this, usually we're looking at 5 years, 10 years. So here we are at close to 3 years, and we're 2 feet away. I listened to your testimony about you feel that due to pressures, there'd still be a lot of resource left in the ground. The question really is, so here we are about 3 years. Let's run this well to say 5 years. What do you feel the impact would be past the boundary line at, say, a 5-year basis? Would another party on the opposite line of this unit line, how would they be affected, their resource?
I think if we go back to the previous slide, it probably answers that question a little bit better. I think, there's a lot of different, there's a lot of, depending on how much compaction there is. So you end up sometimes getting compacting. There's a lot of views in the industry. Normal conventional assets you would drain more over time because you have enough perm in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, when you're fracking all this stuff, does your actual drainage area continue to increase, and what does that look like over time dynamically?
Mm-hmm.
Or does some stuff kind of close off as the shales and the compaction happen? So that spreadsheet model, if you would adjust that calculation, it would go show longer. I would say that and that's why we did in parallel, looking at this with kind of our simulation model. And again, what you're seeing is the max pressure reduction, in that at that 100 feet in the highest kind of perm, the highest worst case scenario is the pressures that we show on this slide. So I think, bottom line, there's really, I would say, in that north-south direction, very minor drainage out at that, that 100 feet. And it is, in our completion designs as well, we design our completions with 20-foot cluster spacing, just because, and it's a known thing in the industry that when people increase their cluster spacing, that you're not developing, all the resource. But we're at 20 feet cluster spacing in our design, so we feel that there would be minimal really depletion at that 100 feet. Slight but very minimum.
Okay.
In the highest perm stuff.
What do you expect the decline to look like in these wells? Let's just go for 3 years. Are they still producing very heavily? Are we expecting a big drop off? Well, there we go. Thanks for putting that up.
So we've got facility limitations. So we can only put so much water through our current facilities. So that's really our limitation. But so what we see usually in our wells is we'll get them to that kind of max facility limit rate. The longer the lateral, the longer that higher flat plateau is, and then we'll see slightly less kind of decline over time. We don't see, when people look at, IPs, everything that we've seen for lateral lengths has scaled 1-to-1 from a total EUR per foot. But due to the limitations, hydraulic limitations for production, the IPs don't scale directly.
Okay.
But to answer your question, they'd be on a pretty good decline by that time.
Okay. So I guess my last question then is really, I think we indicated the Crescent was to the north. If Crescent was proposing 100-foot setbacks, bumping up against your development, would you be okay with that proposal based on the geology and the engineering you've examined?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Moon?
Cool. On this exhibit that you have up 24, so that blue is less exciting, correct? The blue color to the north is won't be as productive. Is that correct? Or do you know?
We don't have anything that's tested up there, but we do have that. We do think that it'll be less productive, but we don't have any tests.
And when you do the 4-mile horizontal and drill up into that, is there any way of knowing how much oil is coming from that section versus the closest section?
Not without running production logs.
Okay. So just explain the blue versus the brighter. What's the difference in the?
Looking at the scale here, I think it's. Do you have? Yeah. Go ahead, Katie. Yeah.
Ms. Ross is still in her house here. We're good.
Oh, thanks. The blue would just be a less sonic response, so lower organics is how it's interpreted here. So a lot less footage that meet that criteria of organics or porosity in the system.
Because up there to the north, there's a lot of old vertical wells that were very,
Correct.
very productive.
Lots of large verticals up there. I think
But they were the oil was coming from deeper back then. 'Cause they didn't even frack back then, did they? In the 80s?
a lot of times they didn't have to. Yeah, the
That's
thought
just different.
process is structure, fracture oriented type.
And that was
controls.
deeper stuff that was just naturally pressured and.
The idea is that it's migrated. That's the concepts.
They perfed like large zones that are like 3,000 foot. I think the term that I've heard people call is verticals instead of horizontals. They're vertical, but very long, like perfs through a large section.
Okay.
And yeah, there's some wells up there that are vertical wells that are close to 4 million barrel wells.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's none of those left up there. Got to be one.
We'll see.
We're evaluating seismic, so that's a new data set that we have in our arsenal that we're trying to understand and piece that story together that I don't think our predecessors had in their disposal.
Because those old wells, that they had to be pulling from a long ways out to get 4 million barrels, right? They were actually pulling out from 500, 600, 800 feet, or do you know? Because that's a lot of oil.
Yeah, I think that there's structural things that can be happening too. So we just got the seismic I think 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'd say right now, Gordon, it's too early to tell. What are all those drivers? But we've got a team of just over 20 people that we are with this new data set that XCL didn't have. We are going to be looking into that in detail across really all that acreage to the north, this northern part here, and then we're planning next year to go ahead and shoot like a new seismic as well to hopefully find additional opportunities.
Because Crescent's not doing anything up there, are they, at all?
Correct. I think what I would also mention is that this qualifying map, this is really focused on an unconventional, so really where the source sits, where we have to go extract it out, and that just means the story up north is a little bit different. We'll piece that together with time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, on the drilling of the 4-mile laterals, Is the downhole assembly essentially the same as for a shorter lateral? Do you have to have a different type of mud motors or larger or?
So we're looking through a lot of different designs on that right now. So we're looking at, so you said like mud motor, we are looking at like rotary steerable options. And the idea with that is you'd be able to be a little bit more kind of precise where you're at. So we're working through kind of all the different designs there. I think, really the bigger concerns that the drilling team has had so far, making sure we can run casing all the way out there, making sure we can, and then also, so we're looking at a bunch of different optimizations, but really, the big thing that we're probably looking at is rotary steerable versus the conventional mud motor that you mentioned.
And your frac efficiency would be unchanged out that far away from the vertical?
Yeah, so with the high pressure that we have in the Uinta, it's more overpressured than we have in the Midland Basin. So we are looking at increasing our surface treating pressure from maximum of 10,000 pounds to 12,500 to make sure that overcome some of the friction that we'd have for the longer laterals, and be able to make sure that we get high pump rates, high barrels per foot on our fracs. So we are doing a lot of those two teams are we've shown that we can do it in the Midland Basin. We're working with our really our team of operational experts to look at the differences in the basin, and then change the design for our wells to make sure that we're successful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions from the board?
Yeah.
Mr. Walker.
On your 4 milers, are you drilling from 23 north or from 2 down?
23
south or
north.
south? Okay, I thought so.
Because that is downhill too, isn't it? If you're drilling to the north, you're tipped down a little, correct? So that helps you as far as casing?
Yeah, it should help, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and can we go to Exhibit 27 just for a minute? And help remind me here, we're talking about changing the heel toe setback, but where were we on the lateral setback? What are we at?
Those are consistent across this position. The approach that XCL, now SM, has taken is 560 feet is the lateral setback, but then the Dubwood DSU, that section line unit, essentially between 560 here and 560 here is the lane that they can drill in, and that's allocated on a 2560 or a...
So are we going to come back at a later time and look at changing that lateral setback? Because that's leaving a lot behind.
Well, the reason that it's not changed is there was essentially, back when section line units started coming in, operators were trying to shrink lateral setbacks, and I'm not an expert like these two, but as I understand it, the lateral setbacks are a little harder because it does extend laterally a little farther than it does directionally forward, I guess. Yeah. And so some operators were struggling with figuring out whether they try and approximate the boundary line and forego section line wells, or whether they create a natural drilling lane for section line wells. And the approach XCL took and that SM is going to take is essentially 560 feet in from a section line. If you drill a well 561 feet in, it's payable on that DSU basis, the 2 mile 1280 basis. If you drill it 500 feet from the section line, then it's payable on the section line basis. So it actually, in some ways, gets rid of all the opportunity for waste because it gives them the flexibility to kind of wine rack across 2 sections of land rather than across 1 section, if that makes sense.
Okay, so do we have to come back at another time and revisit that, or we?
Nope. The lateral setbacks across here are pretty much set appropriately, and it really will be addressed only as we establish new drilling unit boundary well units.
Okay. Okay, and I would have one comment there. This is 861 days is less than 2.5 years, so we probably ought to look at, I'd like to see at least a data point going forward in the future that's at least a 5-year thing. We're probably, but, you know, it is at the edge of the drainage area, so I understand.
Well, and in response to that, you know, I guess Mr. Haynes kind of asked a hypothetical. I think, you know, if you were Crescent, how would you have responded? And I think the good thing is we don't need to imagine that, because Crescent was notified and they didn't respond. So it's pretty easy to see that even the operator on the other side has, at least we can assume, has looked at it and said, yeah, if I'd request the same thing if I was operating there.
Maybe up on North End you don't care, but.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Board, do you have any further questions? Division, are you comfortable with the presentation?
Yeah, after listening to the testimony, as indicated in our initial response, the setback issue was the only thing that we were just wanted more clarification on, and I feel like Mr. Peterson's testimony makes us feel more comfortable with it. So at this point, the division has no opposition to the request.
Okay. Board, do we need to discuss this? Are we ready to make a motion? Okay, let's make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we.
Not to cut you off, I need to move for admission of exhibits real quickly. So I'd like to move for the admission of exhibits 1 through 27. It was easy.
Plus the intro exhibit.
Plus the intro exhibits to the extent the board wants them as part of the record.
Yeah. So accepted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now the vote.
Now we're ready for a vote.
I make a motion that we approve the request for agency action as requested.
And a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's been moved and seconded and approved. Thank you, Mr. Mayo.
Thank you for your attention and for doing the best you can to accommodate the witnesses. It's been great to have them here in person and see what the board does firsthand. And unfortunately, that necessitates a little adjustment here, but we really appreciate it.
Mr. Mayo, will you prepare the order?
I will, and I'll try and get it to council here within a week.
Thank you very much.
They didn't have to come from Texas. It was just next door. Denver is not far. They could drive that.
All right. We are now retreating back up the page. We are looking at docket number 2025-001, cause number 199-06, in the matter of the request for agency action of RWB O&G Investments, LLC, for an order requiring an accounting and payment of proceeds from ARB Energy Utah, LLC. And I believe this is a division presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a presentation. We're just here as part of the board's order where they asked the division to investigate and negotiate this request for agency action on a royalty dispute. The division, Brittany Wallace and Randy Thackeray, our auditors, they carried out what was requested from the board and they filed their report. There has been a copy of the report filed. If you have specific questions,
And it's
where you
been
wanna go.
provided to the company, RWB, and
Yeah, all the parties have received a copy. of
okay,
the
everybody's
report, yes.
received a copy, and we've fulfilled that obligation under our rule. And now it will be up to the petitioner, I guess, to carry it out if there isn't board action that's required.
Yeah, so really the step we're at now is we've given the report. Based on the report, well, would you like to speak a little bit to the report? Either of you?
So we completed a mediation.
Can I have you identify yourself?
Good morning, board. My name is Brittany Wallace, and we did complete a mediation for this matter where both parties agreed to resolve this outside of a hearing.
Good. That's good news. Anything further on that matter? I don't think it requires anything from the board.
No, we don't have anything further. It's
Great.
all in your hands.
The next two items, because they are very similar, we're going to read together because I think the findings will be the
That sounds
same.
great.
So let's go on to 10, item 10. Docket number 2025-011, cause number 199-07. In the matter of the request for agency action of Judy K. Rice for an order requiring an accounting and payment of proceeds from ARB Energy Utah LLC. And then the second one we'll consider is docket number 2025-012, cause number 199-08, in the matter of the request for agency action of Robert J. Rice for an order requiring an accounting and payment of proceeds from ARB Energy Utah LLC. And I believe this is another division.
Yeah, again, we're just here in satisfaction of the board's order. We've submitted the reports, and we're here if the board has any additional questions. But with that, Brittany, would you like to just summarize the result of those two as well?
You want me to introduce me?
Yes, please.
My name is Brittany Wallace. I'm the auditor for the division, and we also did a mediation for these two parties. They also agreed to resolve the issues outside of a board hearing.
Thank you. I think that concludes all three of those matters, and we can move forward.
Yeah,
Is that true?
That's concluded on our part. I'd just like to, again, recognize Brittany and Randy. They did a great job here negotiating with the operator and bringing this to a conclusion.
Well, it's good news that someone looks like they're going to get paid out of all the questions that have arisen over the past few months. So good job for the division providing them what they needed to get the job done. Mr. Moon.
So,
Hang on just a second. Mr. Haynes? I think Mr. Moon had a question or comment.
yeah, it may not be the appropriate time to ask, but on the Perchetti matter, did he get paid? Do we?
Yeah, this hasn't had any kind of resolution with Perchetti. At this time, I'm not aware of any payments.
Okay.
Are you aware of anything else?
Likewise.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
the
you.
good work. We're moving on to item 12. Those hardy division employees who've sat with us this afternoon. Docket number 2024-075, cause number 997-03. In the matter of formal rulemaking to amend the R649-9 Waste Management and Disposal Rule to the Exploration, Production, Recycling Facilities Rule. Mr. Haynes.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes, on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining, and I'm accompanied by Deputy Director Bart Kittle. So the division's here today because, as you're aware, the division filed a notice of agency action to commence formal rulemaking on October 10th, 2024, to amend the existing R649-9 waste management rules to the now Exploration and Production Recycling Facility rules. The division came before the board on December 4th, 2024, where the division requested that the board commence the formal rulemaking and allow the division to submit the proposed rules to the Office of Administrative Rules for publication. The board granted the division request to commence formal rulemaking, and as a result, the proposed rule was filed with the Office of Administrative Rules and published in the Utah State Bulletin on January 1st, 2025. The minimum 30-day formal public comment period was provided from January 1st, 2025 to January 31st, 2025. After publication, no public comment has been received since the December board hearing and since the publishing of the proposed rule in the bulletin. The division and the board have taken actions to comply with the Utah Administrative Rulemaking Act, and therefore we are here today to ask the board to adopt Rule R649 as published and to become effective as of today's date, February 26, 2025. And with that, Mr. Kettle and we also have online Orlin Wallace are here if the board has any questions about this rule.
Board, do you have any comments? Are we ready to adopt the new rule? do we need to vote on that, or how we need to vote? Could I have a motion to adopt? Is that what I need
Yeah,
to do?
motion to
in this?
confirm the rule and give it an effective date.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopts R 649-9 as prepared and submitted.
And with an effective date of February 26, 2025.
Yes.
It's been moved. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we will adopt the new rule.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we come to our final item, per acre bonding costs for small mines and exploration. The division will present information about average cost per acre for reclamation, followed by an opportunity for public comment. The board will be asked to approve a figure that will be used for bonding small mines and exploration operations. Mr. White.
Madam Chair, I'm not presenting, but I believe my client is going to be coming to make the presentation.
So are we waiting for someone? Are they on their way?
I think they'll be coming soon. I think Mr. Kettle just went to get them.
Oh, okay. In the interim, we spoke this morning about the mailing process that we're looking to amend the rule a little bit. We discussed it over lunch, and I don't know that it needs a vote or anything, but we do approve of the revised wording with an effective date of March 1, 2025. And I don't think that affects anything that needs to go out in March, does it, Julianne? If the effective date for this mailing revision, if we make it effective March 1st, that takes care. Is that true?
My apologies, Madam Chair. I would need to defer to Natasha.
Okay. If there's any problem, let us know if it needs to be April 1st. But right now, we're looking for this rule to be effective March 1st, 2025.
Here they come.
That's awesome.
Madam Chairman, fellow board members, my name is Wayne Western. I'm grateful for the opportunity that my team and myself have to present to you today the proposed 2025 average per acre reclamation surety cost amounts for small mines and exploration projects. Before I begin, is there any questions from the board about the process?
Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. So give you a little bit of background for those that are new and for people in the audience and online. The bond reclamation amounts for small mines and exploration can either be based on a per acre cost or site specific. The advantage of the per acre cost is that for many small operators, they do not have the technical expertise in order to calculate a detailed bond cost, and for them to hire a consultant is can be a significant expense for a small mine, and with hiring the consultant, you never get your money back. With bonds, what we want to encourage is that once you completed reclamation, you get your money back. And to be clear that the bonds are not fees. As I mentioned before, once the site is completely reclaimed, then the operator gets all of their bond back, whereas with fees and other things, it stays with the division. Next. Okay, so as mentioned, the board does establish the per acre cost for reclamation amounts. The division will give a presentation to the board. The public will have an opportunity to comment, and I think this is important because we do want to be transparent and also be responsive to the needs of the public, and also for them to have an opportunity to present their concerns to the board. With the costs are divided basically into three sections. You have your direct costs, which includes your earthwork, revegetation, closure of any portals, shafts, drill holes, and any surface facilities that need to be demolished and removed. We also have indirect costs, mob, demob for small mines. This often can be up to 50%. We have a contingency amount in there because no matter how hard you try and anticipate what the costs will be, you always wind up a little bit more. Anybody that's done a home improvement project will be well aware of this. Engineering redesign is, when we go to the site, it may not be in the configuration that was in the plan, so we do have to work through make sure that the contractor has the right plans to complete the work. The main office and project management expenses these are costs that are incurred by the division, and because they are a result of the operator not following through, we feel that it's something that the operator should be responsible for and not the citizens. Inflation, we want to make bond calculations easy on the operator, and therefore we usually we allow them to go to a 3 or 5 year escalation, and as we all know, things get more expensive with time, and so we do factor this in to ensure that when the time comes, there'll be enough money to reclaim. These costs are contingency about 10%, engineering redesign 2.5%, main office 6.8%, and project management is 2.5%. So together it's 21.8%, and MOB and DMOB are handled separately because for these small projects, distance can play a major part in it. And for the costs, we use Equipment Watch, Blue Book. They've been bought or sold or merged, and now they're fusible, but it's basically the same thing. RS means we use for labor rates and other costs, and we also base some of our costs on the coal program and AML. Because they've been doing this work for well over 30 years, as well as rely on Tech Directive 007. So for the escalation costs this year, it's going to be 4.22%. We had a high in 2023 when there was a spike in inflation. It's gone down, so it fluctuates anywhere from around 2-3%. I think 4% is about kind of what we're going to be looking at for the next few years. And I just want to go over the per acre amounts that we do have, divided them up into the mini mine, which is for small projects, basically for your hobbyists, up to 2 acres. And then we have divided it up by amounts of 5, 10, 15, and 20 acres for the model mine, and they're based on productivity rates for your smaller large mines, anything less than about 50 acres, and they use similar equipment and productive rates as the small mines, and we use the same unit costs that we have for the large mines. So I'll now turn the time over to Bailey Jones.
So mini mines are going to be for the.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi,
Thank
my
you.
name is Bailey Jones.
Thank
I work as a technical writer for the division. So mini mines are going to be for the hobbyists or the weekend warriors. It's going to be 2 acres maximum with a maximum depth of 10 feet of disturbance. This is going to be the type of mine where you haul in equipment using a pickup truck. The next type of mine we have is going to be 5 acres. This is going to include an excavator. Our next size up is going to be the 10 acres, which will add on a dozer. And our 15 acres is going to add on an articulated haul truck, which will assist with reclamation. And our last mine will be 20 acres, which will include a loader, which assists with the articulated haul truck.
My name is Brian Rue. I work for the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining as one of the permit leads. I'm going to continue with the equipment selection and labor section. So as you saw, depending on the size of the mine, we start to bring in larger or more equipment as is appropriate for dealing with the reclamation at that size. Larger mines need certain equipment, for example, dozers. They are very efficient at pushing dirt from 200 to 400 yards, but once you start to get up to the 15 to 20 acres, you get to the point where you want to have something to put the dirt in to drive that dirt from point A to point B. So that's how we calculate our subsoil and topsoil haul distances. Below 10 acres is typically a minor haul distance. Up to 20 acres is a bit more significant. We use excavators for digging materials, trucks for hauling soil and trash, typically for 11 to 15 acre mines, and then a loader if we're hauling soil, loading soil for 16 to 20 acre mines, just to get it into those articulated trucks a bit faster. The assumptions is that a pickup truck is going to be used for support, both getting people to and from the site, as well as if you need to send somebody to go fetch a part because one of the other pieces of equipment break down. We also make the assumption that each piece of equipment is going to have one operator, and in addition to that, there will be one additional laborer who will help to spot the equipment as well as to keep the public off of the site and also be available to go and get materials should anything break down. We calculate our mobilization and demobilization cost based on the proximity to the nearest equipment rental location. We assume that in the base cost, most of the mines are going to be within 50 miles. So as long as a mine is within 50 miles of one of the equipment rental places, which you can see on the map is the dark green shaded area, that it's not going to require additional surety. Additional surety is added in 50-mile increments, which you can also see on the map in the light green, yellow, and orange, depending on how much more it's going to cost to get the equipment mobilized to the site. For the mobilization, we assume that the equipment is getting loaded onto a flatbed trailer and hauled using semi-trucks, where only a pilot car would be needed. If there's a site over 5 acres, we assume that we're going to have to mobilize a bulldozer as well. For portals, we pull from AMR costs and estimate that it will cost $2,000 to seal each portal with a 36 square foot max opening, so 6 foot by 6 foot. For shafts, we assume that it will cost $3,000 for a maximum 6-foot diameter. The amounts for large or unusual openings, we have to determine with site-specific conditions, so that would go beyond the simple calculations that we have for the small mine. Any structure or equipment demolition will also be added as separate line items because most small mines don't have permanent structures on them. So again, it'll be calculated separately. For reed vegetation, we assume that if the seeding is going to be done at the same time as the first earthwork, that it will cost $600 per acre. If the earthwork is not done satisfactory and the vegetation is unable to take, it's assumed that we will need to remobilize equipment to the site in order to reapply seed, at which point it would cost $2,000 per acre.
My name is Kim Coburn. There we go. Hi. Hi, so my name is Kim Coburn, and I'm an engineer with the minerals team, and I get the pleasure of going through all the numbers with you guys. So I have the fun part, I think. I know a lot of other people don't. They're like, I hate this boring part. But we'll be going through the numbers, which is what you've all been waiting for. What you'll see on here is that we have a 1 year, a 3 year, and a 5 year escalations in all of our different numbers. So the 1 year is for our explorations. We do those on an annual basis where we expect explorations to change all the time, so we keep following up with them. The 3 year we're looking at is to escalate things into 2028, and the 5 years to 2030. So the difference is, as Wayne was explaining earlier with inflation, is we expect as we keep going out in the future, it's going to cost more money. So I always tell people, I wish I could buy a house for what it could in 2018 or 2020, but I can't. So right now we're looking at what will it cost in 2030. On the screen in front of you, you'll have our mini mines. These are for the hobbyists. 1 year out is $4,700, for 3 years out is $5,300, and 5 years out is $5,800. So this will kind of give you a kind of basis that every year we're talking just a little bit more money. But to go over our exploration surety amounts, right now it's $8,900 for the first acre and $5,600 for each additional acre for our explorations. So this is actually a decrease from what we've seen in previous years. We think all of our operators are going to be very happy because last year this number was $9,500 for the first acre and $6,100 for each additional acre. What ended up happening was every piece of equipment that we were renting was cheaper. So we had our excavators go from $4,800 to $3,800 a weekly rental. So we saw less costs, though there's more equipment available, and we also saw less fuel. So as I go through these numbers, what you're going to see is an overall decrease for what was previously done. And it's just simply because these are the numbers from what the equipment rentals are right now. For our small mines, so these are up to 5 acres. This is all just having an excavator on site. We are projecting for 2028, the 3 year is $9,600 for the first acre, then $10,500 for the 5 year, or the 2030. Each additional acre will then be $6,100 for the 3 year, or $6,600 for the 5 year. When you put them all together, you'll see on the little charts, 5 acres is now $3,400, and it's now $36,900 for the 5 year. When we get up to the 6 acres, we add on that second piece of equipment out there working. So that second dozers, that's we get up to $46,200 for the 3 year and $50,200 for the 5 year. Each additional acres is a little bit more than previous. You saw it was around 6,000 and 7,000. Now it's 7,800 for the 3 year and 8,500 for the 5 year escalation. Our 10 acre bond costs are now $77,400 for 3 year and $84,200 for the 5 year. Previously, it was about $88,000 for the 5 year. So we're seeing an overall decrease. For our 11 to 15 acre mines, We have 95,000 for the 3-year escalation and 103,300 for the 5-year. Each additional acre is 9,200 and 10,000 for the 5-year escalation. If we go on to the 20 acre, this is as large we get for our small mines. It's 154,200 for the 3-year and 167,700 for the 5-year, where each additional acre is 10,800 for the 3-year, 11,700 for the 5-year. And our total for 20 acres, we are projecting 197,400 for the 3 years and 214,500 for the 5 years. So in conclusion, our methodology from what we've presented to the board previously for the last 10 years remains the same. We're still using the same type of methodology. We're still using the same hours. But overall, what we saw was a decrease from 2024 in these 2025 numbers. And this is because of the rates for the equipment rentals have decreased. So we propose that the board approve the per acre bond costs as presented until the minerals program proposes the new amounts next year in 2026. So does anyone have any questions?
Does this require any sort of public comment or anything?
Just that during the meeting, the public can come up and have any questions, but there's no formal public requirement like we do for a new mine or a revision.
So the public would have had to appear today?
Yes.
To make, okay. Board, do you have comments?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do. So if an operator, you have the various numbers and such as far as how you calculate. If they demonstrate that they come up with a different number, are you able to use that?
Yes, if they can show with good cause that they can come up with a different number and the division can verify that those numbers are adequate, then we can go for a site specific. It specifically states that in the rules.
Okay.
Mr. Church?
Mr. Western, on average, how many small mine closures do you see each year?
Oh, we probably, maybe 10, 15 small mines per year that close up. As far as mines that we have to foreclose on, we generally would go with maybe 2 or 3 most per year. And from what we have, the costs are usually, the bonds are usually adequate to cover the cost. That the last large one was Petrotech, and with the bond and some working with the new operator, we're able to get that reclaimed and not have to ask the state for additional money.
So with your experience each year with that many closures or work, and you each year reevaluate this, you feel like you've got a good track record and you feel confident with these numbers then for
Yes,
this
I
next
do.
year? Okay, thank you.
Board, do you have any further questions, comments? Do I hear a motion to accept the new bonding 2025 schedule?
I'll make that motion that this proposal be accepted.
Second?
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the plan. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Carry on.
Well, thank you. And see you next year.
Whether you need to or not, right?
Legally, we're required to.
There you go. That concludes the February agenda. We are going to go off record. Thank you to the division for all the good work you do. It's a big job, and we appreciate it. Take care, and the meeting is adjourned. Oh. Make a motion, but we don't have to second it. Meeting's adjourned.